confirmation bias. Have you ever noticed how two people can witness the exact same event and walk away believing completely different stories about what happened? It almost feels impossible. One person is convinced the evidence proves one thing, while the other is just as certain it proves the opposite. Both are intelligent. Both are sincere. Both think they are following the facts. But neither realizes that long before they looked at the evidence, their brain had already decided what it wanted to see. That is what makes confirmation bias one of the most dangerous thinking traps you will ever face. It does not announce itself. It does not feel like a mistake. It feels exactly like common sense. The scary part is that confirmation bias does not only affect people who are emotional or uneducated. It affects scientists, business leaders, doctors, investors, parents, and even people who pride themselves on being logical. In fact, the more confident you become in your ability to think clearly, the easier it is to overlook the invisible filter operating inside your own mind. You stop asking whether you are searching for the truth and start assuming that you already found it. Imagine someone who believes that nobody respects them. They walk into work already carrying that belief. A coworker forgets to say good morning, and suddenly it becomes proof that people do not like them. Their manager gives constructive feedback, and it feels like another confirmation that they are not valued. But later that same day, another coworker compliments their work, and someone invites them to lunch. Those moments barely leave an impression because they do not match the story the brain has already accepted. Without realizing it, that person keeps collecting evidence for a conclusion they reached long ago. Now picture another person who believes people are generally kind. They experience the same forgotten greeting and think nothing of it. They assume the coworker was distracted. They receive the same feedback from their manager and treat it as advice instead of rejection. They notice the compliment. They appreciate the invitation. They walk away believing the world is supportive. The environment was almost identical. The difference was the filter each brain used to interpret reality. This happens because your brain is constantly overwhelmed with information. Every second there are countless sounds, faces, conversations, emotions, and details competing for your attention. If your brain tried to process everything equally, you would never make a decision. So it builds shortcuts. One of the strongest shortcuts is looking for information that agrees with what you already believe, while quietly pushing everything else into the background. It saves energy, but it also distorts reality. Psychologists have found something fascinating about this process. When people are shown evidence that directly challenges a deeply held belief, many of them do not become less certain. They become even more convinced they are right. Instead of questioning the belief, they begin searching harder for reasons to defend it. That reaction happens because beliefs are not just ideas. They become part of your identity. When a belief feels connected to who you are, your brain treats disagreement almost like a personal attack. Instead of asking whether the new information is true, it asks how to protect the story it already trusts. Think about how often this happens online. You search for videos that support your opinion. You follow creators who already agree with you. The more you watch, the more the algorithm serves similar content. Before long, your entire feed reflects your existing beliefs. You begin to feel that everyone reasonable thinks exactly the same way you do. Then, one day you meet someone with a completely different perspective, and it feels shocking. Not because they are necessarily wrong, but because your brain has been living inside an echo chamber without realizing it. Confirmation bias quietly shapes your relationships too. If you start believing your friend does not care about you, every delayed reply suddenly feels intentional. Every canceled plan becomes evidence that they are pulling away. At the same time, the thoughtful messages, the shared laughs, and the moments they showed up for you fade into the background. Your brain is not trying to hurt you. It is simply trying to stay consistent with the story it already accepted. Unfortunately, that consistency can slowly damage relationships that never had the problem you imagined. The same trap appears in money, careers, and personal growth. An investor who believes a company will succeed notices every positive headline while dismissing every warning sign. A job seeker who believes they are not talented remembers every rejection but forgets every interview they nearly landed. Someone trying to get healthier notices every day they slipped, but ignores the progress they made over weeks or months. The evidence feels balanced, but the attention never is. The hardest part about confirmation bias is that you cannot completely eliminate it. Every human brain uses mental shortcuts. The goal is not perfection. The goal is awareness. The moment you notice yourself instantly rejecting an idea because it feels uncomfortable, pause for a second. Ask yourself whether you are protecting the truth or simply protecting your current belief. That one question can completely change the way you think. Some of the greatest discoveries in history happened because someone was willing to question what everyone else accepted. But that same courage also has to exist inside your own mind. Sometimes the belief that needs questioning is not society's belief. It is yours. That takes humility because admitting you might be wrong feels uncomfortable. Yet that discomfort is often the first sign that real learning is about to begin. Your brain loves certainty because certainty feels safe. It creates the comforting illusion that the world makes perfect sense. But certainty can also become a cage. Every belief you refuse to question becomes another wall between you and reality. The people who grow the most are not always the smartest or the most talented. They are the ones willing to look at the evidence, even when it threatens the story they have been telling themselves for years. That is how you stop seeing only what you expect and finally begin seeing what is actually there. The sunk cost fallacy. Imagine carrying a heavy backpack for miles even after realizing there is nothing valuable inside. Your shoulders hurt. Your energy is fading. Every step becomes harder. Someone tells you that you can simply put it down and keep walking, but instead of feeling relieved, you tighten your grip. Why? Because you have already carried it for so long that letting go feels like admitting all that effort was wasted. That sounds irrational when it is a backpack, yet people do the exact same thing with relationships, careers, businesses, dreams, and even their own happiness every single day. They keep carrying emotional weight that stopped serving them long ago simply because they have already invested too much to walk away. This trap is called the sunk cost fallacy, and once you recognize it, you begin seeing it everywhere. It is the reason someone stays in a miserable relationship for another 5 years because they already spent 10 years trying to make it work. It is why people continue watching a terrible 3-hour movie after the first hour instead of turning it off. It is why businesses pour millions into failing projects that everyone secretly knows will never succeed. The decision is no longer based on what makes sense today. It is based on what has already been lost. The strange thing is that your brain genuinely believes it is making a smart decision. It whispers that quitting now would mean everything before this moment was pointless. It convinces you that if you just try a little harder, wait a little longer, or invest a little more, everything will finally pay off. That hope feels comforting because the alternative is painful. Admitting that time, effort, money, or emotion cannot be recovered feels like accepting defeat. So instead of facing that discomfort, the brain chooses something even more expensive. It keeps investing. Think about someone who spends years chasing a career they secretly hate. Every morning feels exhausting. Every weekend disappears in recovery. Deep down they know they want something different, but one thought keeps pulling them back. I already spent years studying for this. I cannot leave now. Those years become invisible chains. Instead of asking what kind of future they actually want, they become trapped protecting a past that can never be changed. The painful irony is that the past does not care what decision you make next. The years are already gone, whether you stay or leave. The money has already been spent, whether you continue or stop. The emotional energy has already been invested, whether the relationship survives or not. None of those previous investments change what the smartest choice is today. Yet your brain keeps treating the past like it has a vote in your future. Psychologists explain this through the way humans experience loss. Losing something usually feels far more painful than gaining something of equal value feels rewarding. Your brain is wired to avoid that feeling whenever possible. Walking away from a bad decision feels like locking in the loss forever. Continuing gives you the comforting illusion that you can still recover everything. Even if the chances are tiny, hope often feels easier than acceptance. Casinos understand this better than almost anyone. A person loses money at the table and tells themselves they only need one good win to recover everything. Then another loss happens. Instead of stopping, they increase the bet because quitting now would make the previous losses feel real. Hours later, they have lost far more than they ever planned. They were no longer gambling to win. They were gambling to erase the past. The same pattern quietly appears in everyday life. Someone keeps repairing an old car because they already spent so much fixing it. Another person continues a friendship that leaves them emotionally drained because they have known each other since childhood. A business owner keeps funding a failing idea because they cannot bear to admit the original plan was wrong. Each decision feels different on the surface, but underneath they are driven by the exact same mental trap. The past keeps demanding more sacrifices from the future. One fascinating psychological insight is that people often imagine quitting as failure, but they rarely imagine the hidden cost of staying. Every extra month spent in the wrong career is a month not spent building the right one. Every additional year in the wrong relationship is a year that could have been invested somewhere healthier. Every dollar poured into a failing project is a dollar that cannot support a better opportunity. The real loss is often not what you already spent. It is what you continue sacrificing because you refuse to let go. Successful people are not successful because they never make bad decisions. They are successful because they recognize when a decision has stopped making sense. They understand that changing direction is sometimes a sign of wisdom rather than weakness. They ask a simple question that most people avoid. If I had to choose today with no past investment, would I still make this same decision? That single question cuts through emotion and forces your brain to look at the present instead of clinging to the past. Of course, this is not easy. Letting go can feel like grieving. You grieve the time you invested. You grieve the version of yourself that believed everything would work out. You grieve the future you imagined. But grief is temporary. Staying trapped inside a decision that no longer serves you can last for decades. There is a quiet freedom that appears the moment you stop trying to recover every past investment. You realize that your future does not have to become a prisoner of your previous choices. Every day offers a new opportunity to decide based on where you want to go instead of where you have already been. That shift changes everything because it replaces guilt with possibility. The sunk cost fallacy survives because it disguises itself as loyalty, determination, and perseverance. Those qualities are valuable when you are moving towards something worthwhile. But when they keep you tied to something that is draining your life, they stop being strengths and become chains. The hardest decisions are often not about holding on. They are about knowing when courage means opening your hand, leaving the weight behind, and finally walking forward without carrying a past that can never be recovered. The spotlight effect. Walk into a room wearing something slightly unusual and your brain immediately starts telling a story. Everyone noticed. Everyone is looking. They are probably judging you right now. Your heart beats a little faster. You become painfully aware of every movement, every word, and every tiny mistake you make. It feels as if a giant spotlight has suddenly switched on above your head, following you everywhere you go. But here is the strange part. Most people in that room are not thinking about you at all. They are too busy worrying about the imaginary spotlight shining on themselves. The spotlight effect is one of the quietest thinking traps because it feels incredibly real. It convinces you that your actions are being watched far more closely than they actually are. It makes small embarrassments feel unforgettable and tiny imperfections seem impossible to hide. Yet if you think about your own day, how much time do you spend analyzing every little thing strangers do? Probably almost none. You barely notice what shirt someone wore, whether they stumbled over a word, or if they accidentally spilled a drink. Your own mind is occupied with your own life. The people around you are living exactly the same way. Think back to a moment that still makes you cringe. Maybe you forgot someone's name. Maybe you tripped while walking. Maybe your voice cracked during a presentation, or you sent a message with an embarrassing mistake. Even years later, you can probably replay the scene in perfect detail. It feels unforgettable, but ask yourself one question. How many people who witnessed that moment still remember it today? The honest answer is probably very few. Most likely, almost nobody. Your brain remembers those moments because they happened to you. They became emotionally important, so your memory stored them with incredible detail. But everyone else was living inside their own experience. They might have noticed what happened for a few seconds before returning to their own thoughts, worries, and responsibilities. While you carried the embarrassment for years, they had already forgotten it before the day ended. Psychologists discovered this through fascinating experiments. People were asked to wear an embarrassing shirt into a room full of strangers. Before entering, they believed that nearly everyone would notice what they were wearing. Afterward, they estimated that a large percentage of people had paid attention to them. In reality, only a small number even remembered the shirt at all. Their minds had dramatically overestimated how much attention they were receiving. The spotlight existed almost entirely inside their own heads. This explains why social anxiety can become so overwhelming. Every conversation feels like a performance. Every pause feels awkward. Every sentence gets analyzed again and again long after the conversation ends. Meanwhile, the other person has already moved on with their day. They are thinking about work, family, bills, dinner, or the next thing on their schedule. The mistake that feels enormous to you often barely registers for anyone else. The spotlight effect also steals opportunities. Someone wants to start going to the gym, but imagines everyone watching them struggle with the equipment. Someone dreams of creating videos, but becomes convinced every viewer will focus on every flaw. Another person wants to speak up during a meeting, but stays silent because they imagine everyone waiting to criticize their idea. None of these decisions are based on reality. They are based on an exaggerated sense of being observed. Social media has quietly made this trap even stronger. Every post comes with likes, comments, and views that make it seem as though people are constantly evaluating everything you do. Over time, your brain starts believing that this level of attention exists everywhere. You begin treating ordinary life like an endless performance. Even when nobody is watching, you feel watched. Even when nobody is judging, you imagine judgment. Ironically, the people you believe are judging you are usually trapped inside the exact same cycle. They are worrying about how they look, what they said, whether they sounded intelligent enough, or if someone noticed their own insecurities. Everyone is carrying their own invisible spotlight while assuming everyone else's spotlight is pointed directly at them. It is almost funny when you step back and realize it. A room full of people can be completely absorbed in themselves, while each person believes everyone is focused on them. The spotlight effect can quietly shape your identity. If you become convinced that every mistake defines you, you stop taking risks. You stop trying new things because being a beginner feels embarrassing. You avoid conversations because saying the wrong thing feels dangerous. You stay inside familiar routines because they feel safe. Over time, your world becomes smaller, not because opportunities disappeared, but because your fear of being noticed became stronger than your desire to grow. The truth is that confidence is not believing people will never judge you. Confidence is realizing that even if someone notices your mistake, life keeps moving. People have short memories. Their attention shifts quickly. Most are far more interested in their own lives than in yours. Once you truly understand that, something begins to change. You stop performing for an imaginary audience and start living for yourself. A helpful question to ask whenever embarrassment takes over is surprisingly simple. Will this matter to other people a week from now? Most of the time the answer is no. Then ask an even more powerful question. Will it matter to me a year from now? Again, the answer is usually no. Suddenly the moment loses much of its emotional weight. You realize your brain has been turning a tiny event into a permanent story. Some of the happiest people you will ever meet are not people who never make mistakes. They are people who stopped believing every mistake deserved a spotlight. They laugh, recover, and keep moving because they understand that perfection was never the goal. Living fully was. The spotlight effect survives because your own thoughts are always louder than everyone else's. You experience your life from the center of your own mind, so it feels natural to assume everyone else is paying the same level of attention. They are not. They are busy carrying their own invisible spotlight, worrying about their own flaws, and hoping nobody notices them either. The moment you realize that, the pressure begins to disappear, and the world suddenly becomes a much easier place to walk through. Negativity bias. Imagine ending your day with 10 amazing moments and one bad one. Someone compliments your work. You finish an important task. A friend makes you laugh. You enjoy a great meal. Everything seems to be going well. Then, just before the day ends, one person criticizes you. Suddenly, that single comment refuses to leave your mind. Hours later, you are still replaying it. The compliments disappear. The good moments fade into the background. That one negative experience becomes the entire story of your day. It feels irrational, but it happens to almost everyone. That is the power of negativity bias. Your brain has a strange habit. It treats bad experiences like permanent headlines while good experiences become small footnotes. One awkward conversation can outweigh a dozen enjoyable ones. One failure can make years of success feel meaningless. One rejection can convince you that you are not good enough, even when countless people have appreciated your efforts. The negative event is rarely larger than the positive ones. It simply feels larger because your brain gives it more attention. This bias did not appear by accident. Thousands of years ago, paying close attention to danger helped human beings survive. Missing one beautiful sunset had no real consequence. Missing one dangerous animal hiding in the bushes could cost your life. Over time, the brain became incredibly efficient at detecting threats, problems, and anything that might cause pain. That survival system worked brilliantly in a world filled with physical danger. The problem is that your modern brain still reacts as though every criticism, disappointment, or awkward moment is a life-threatening event. Think about reading comments on something you created. 99 people say they loved it. One person says it was terrible. Which comment stays in your mind all day? For most people, it is the negative one. Even if you know the positive feedback greatly outweighs the criticism, your attention keeps returning to the one unpleasant opinion. It almost feels magnetic. Your brain convinces you that it must be more important simply because it feels more intense. The same thing happens in relationships. Imagine your partner spends weeks showing kindness, patience, and support. Then one argument happens after a stressful day. Instead of remembering all the moments of care, your mind begins replaying the disagreement over and over. If you are not careful, that single negative interaction starts defining how you feel about the relationship. The good moments did not disappear. They were simply pushed aside by a brain that believes problems deserve more attention than peace. Psychologists have found that negative experiences often leave a stronger emotional imprint than equally positive ones. That is why painful memories can remain vivid for years, while joyful moments fade much faster. Your brain is constantly asking itself what it should remember to keep you safe in the future. Unfortunately, it often decides that pain is a better teacher than happiness. As a result, bad experiences become easier to recall, making the world seem harsher than it really is. This is one reason anxiety can become so convincing. Imagine giving 10 presentations. 9 go well, but during one you forget a sentence and feel embarrassed. Which memory does your brain keep showing you before the next presentation? Usually the embarrassing one. It quietly ignores the 9 successful experiences and acts as though the failure represents your true ability. Without realizing it, you begin fearing an event that history says you are actually quite good at handling. Negativity bias also shapes the way we see ourselves. You might achieve something you once believed was impossible, yet one mistake can make you question your entire identity. You stop saying I made a mistake and start saying I am a failure. The event becomes personal. Instead of evaluating one action, your brain begins judging your entire worth. That is a dangerous shift because it turns temporary setbacks into permanent labels. News and social media make this thinking trap even stronger. Stories about conflict, disaster, outrage, and fear naturally attract more attention than stories about kindness or progress. The brain immediately focuses on danger because it believes danger demands action. After hours of consuming negative information, the world begins to feel far more hopeless than it actually is. You start believing that everything is getting worse because negative events are receiving nearly all of your attention. The irony is that positive things are happening around you every day. People help strangers. Families support one another. Friends celebrate each other's victories. Small acts of kindness happen constantly. But these moments rarely create the same emotional intensity as fear or conflict, so your brain quietly lets them pass without much notice. Reality becomes unbalanced, not because the world lacks goodness, but because your attention keeps drifting toward what feels threatening. One of the simplest ways to weaken negativity bias is to slow down when something good happens. Instead of rushing to the next task, actually allow yourself to notice the positive experience. Let it stay in your mind for a little longer. Your brain naturally clings to negative moments, so appreciating positive ones often requires conscious effort. It may feel unnatural at first, but over time you begin training your attention to see more of the complete picture instead of only the darkest parts. Another powerful habit is asking yourself one honest question whenever your mind starts spiraling. Am I seeing all of reality, or only the part that feels painful right now? That question interrupts the automatic process. It reminds you that your emotions are real, but they are not always giving you the full story. Sometimes your brain is protecting you from dangers that no longer exist. The goal is not to ignore problems or pretend life is perfect. Difficult moments deserve attention when they help you grow or protect yourself. The problem begins when every setback overshadows every success, and every criticism becomes louder than every compliment. That is when negativity bias stops helping you survive and starts preventing you from fully living. Your mind will always notice what is wrong before it notices what is right. That is simply how it was designed. But you are not required to let that ancient survival system control the story of your life. The happiest people are not those who never experience disappointment. They are the ones who refuse to let one dark moment erase everything bright that came before it. Once you recognize how your brain naturally magnifies the negative, you begin seeing life with greater balance, and that balance is often the first step toward real peace. Availability heuristic. Picture this for a second. You watch a news story about a plane crash in the morning. The images are dramatic. The headlines are everywhere. People keep talking about it all day. A few hours later, someone asks whether you would rather travel by plane or by car. Even though flying is statistically one of the safest ways to travel, your first instinct suddenly says the car feels safer. Nothing about the actual risk changed. The only thing that changed was what your brain could remember most easily. That simple mental shortcut quietly influences thousands of decisions you make without you ever noticing. This is called the availability heuristic. It sounds complicated, but the idea is surprisingly simple. Your brain often decides how likely something is based on how quickly examples come to mind. If a memory is vivid, recent, emotional, or repeated often, your brain assumes it must be common. If something is difficult to remember, your brain quietly treats it as rare or unimportant. It feels logical, but it can completely distort the way you see reality. Think about someone who hears several stories about businesses failing. Every week another video appears explaining why entrepreneurs lose money. Every conversation seems to include another warning about how risky it is. Eventually, that person becomes convinced that starting a business almost always ends in disaster. They stop seeing opportunity because their brain has been flooded with memorable examples of failure. What they rarely notice are the thousands of businesses quietly succeeding without becoming dramatic headlines. Success is often boring. Failure gets attention. The same thing happens with crime. If you spend hours watching videos about theft, violence, and danger, your brain begins believing the world is becoming incredibly unsafe. You start feeling nervous in places that are actually quite secure. Every stranger appears suspicious. Every unusual sound grabs your attention. The world itself may not have changed at all. Your mental picture changed because your brain filled it with the examples it could remember most easily. This shortcut exists because your brain is constantly trying to save time. Every second you make decisions without carefully calculating every possibility. Instead of gathering all the available evidence, your mind asks a much easier question. Can I quickly remember examples of this happening? If the answer is yes, it feels common. If the answer is no, it feels unlikely. Most of the time, this shortcut works reasonably well. But when emotions, media, or personal experiences become involved, it starts leading you away from reality. Imagine meeting two dogs during your childhood. One is friendly and playful. The other suddenly bites you. Years later, someone introduces you to another dog. Which memory appears first? For many people, it is the painful one. Your brain immediately warns you to stay cautious because that memory is vivid and emotionally charged. One experience begins representing every future experience, even though most dogs are not dangerous. The brain is not trying to deceive you. It is trying to protect you. Unfortunately, protection and accuracy are not always the same thing. Psychologists have discovered that emotional events are much easier for the brain to remember than ordinary ones. Fear, excitement, embarrassment, and surprise create stronger memories because your brain believes emotionally intense moments contain valuable lessons. That is why dramatic stories often feel more convincing than boring statistics. You may hear that millions of people safely fly every year, but one unforgettable story about a crash can completely outweigh those numbers inside your mind. Social media has made this thinking trap even more powerful. The content that spreads the fastest is usually the content that shocks people. Extreme opinions receive more attention than balanced ones. Rare events receive more clicks than ordinary ones. Every scroll fills your mind with dramatic examples that your brain quietly mistakes for everyday reality. Over time, you begin believing the unusual is actually normal simply because it appears on your screen so often. This bias also shapes the way you think about yourself. Imagine making one embarrassing mistake during a public presentation. Months later, every time you think about speaking in front of people, that memory immediately returns. Your brain concludes that public speaking always goes badly because the embarrassing example is so easy to recall. Meanwhile, it quietly ignores the conversations, meetings, and presentations that went perfectly well because they were less emotionally intense. One memory begins controlling your confidence. The availability heuristic can also influence your financial decisions. Someone hears repeated stories about people becoming wealthy through one investment, so they assume it must be an easy path to success. Another person constantly hears stories about people losing everything, so they become afraid to invest at all. Neither person is making decisions based on complete information. Both are reacting to whichever examples their brains can access most quickly. One of the most interesting things about this bias is that repetition alone can make something feel true. If you hear the same claim over and over, even without strong evidence, your brain slowly becomes familiar with it. Familiarity creates comfort, and comfort often gets mistaken for accuracy. This is why advertising works so well. It is also why misinformation can spread so easily. Sometimes people believe something not because they carefully examined the facts, but because they have heard it enough times that it feels obvious. The best defense against this thinking trap is learning to pause before trusting your first impression. Whenever something feels extremely common or extremely dangerous, ask yourself one simple question. Am I judging this based on evidence or simply because it is the easiest example for my brain to remember? That question forces your mind to slow down and look beyond whatever memory happens to be sitting closest to the surface. Reality is usually far more balanced than your memory suggests. The loudest stories are not always the most common ones. The most emotional experiences are not always the most important ones. Just because something comes to mind instantly does not mean it accurately represents the world around you. Your brain loves shortcuts because shortcuts save energy. But every shortcut comes with a cost. The availability heuristic quietly convinces you that what is easiest to remember is also the most likely to happen. Once you recognize that pattern, you stop letting dramatic memories make every decision for you. Instead of seeing the world through whatever story happens to be freshest in your mind, you begin seeing it through a wider and far more accurate lens. That single shift can completely change the way you judge risk, opportunity, other people, and even yourself. The halo effect: meet someone who is attractive, confident, or well-dressed, and something almost automatic happens inside your mind. Before they even finish introducing themselves, your brain has already started filling in the blanks. They probably work hard. They are probably intelligent. They seem trustworthy. They must know what they are talking about. None of those conclusions came from evidence. They appeared almost instantly. That is what makes the halo effect so powerful. One positive quality quietly spreads across everything else, convincing your brain that if someone seems impressive in one area, they must be impressive in every area. The strange thing is that you rarely notice this happening. It feels completely natural. Your first impression arrives so quickly that it feels like common sense instead of a mental shortcut. But first impressions are often built on surprisingly little information. A smile, a confident voice, expensive clothing, or even the way someone walks into a room can shape your opinion long before you actually know who they are. Think about job interviews. Two candidates have nearly identical experience, similar skills, and equal qualifications. One walks in looking polished, speaks with confidence, and makes steady eye contact. The other seems nervous, speaks more quietly, and struggles to relax. Even if both are equally capable, the confident candidate often leaves a stronger impression. Confidence begins influencing how every answer is interpreted. Small mistakes seem less important. Strong answers sound even more convincing. Meanwhile, the nervous candidate may be judged more harshly for the exact same responses. Your brain loves simple stories. It would rather believe someone is entirely good or entirely bad than accept that people are complicated. The halo effect gives your mind an easy shortcut. Instead of evaluating every quality separately, it allows one noticeable trait to color everything else. That shortcut saves mental effort, but it also leads to unfair judgments. This happens constantly in everyday life. A student earns excellent grades, and teachers may begin assuming that student is also more responsible, more respectful, and more honest. Another student struggles academically, and suddenly ordinary mistakes seem to confirm that they are careless or lazy. Neither assumption is necessarily true. One ability has simply created a halo that influences every other judgment. The same pattern appears in relationships. Imagine meeting someone who is incredibly charming during your first conversation. They make you laugh, remember your name, and seem genuinely interested in what you have to say. Because of that positive first impression, you may overlook warning signs that would normally concern you. Small lies seem harmless. Broken promises receive another chance. Unkind behavior gets explained away because your brain keeps returning to that original positive image. The halo becomes so bright that it hides flaws that were there all along. Psychologists discovered that once a positive impression forms, people often interpret future behavior in ways that protect that impression. If someone you admire arrives late, you assume they must have had a good reason. If someone you dislike arrives late, you may immediately assume they are irresponsible. The action is identical, but your judgment changes because your brain has already decided who each person is. Social media has turned the halo effect into an everyday experience. Someone posts beautiful photos, speaks confidently, and builds a large following. Before long, people begin treating that person as an expert on topics completely unrelated to why they became famous. An actor gives financial advice. A fitness influencer talks about relationships. A successful entrepreneur discusses health. Their popularity in one area quietly convinces people they must have special wisdom in many others. Sometimes they do. Many times they do not, but the halo effect makes it difficult to tell the difference. This thinking trap does not only affect how you see other people, it also changes how you see yourself. Imagine receiving praise for being intelligent. Over time, you may become overconfident in areas where you actually have very little knowledge. Because you succeeded in one field, your brain begins assuming you will naturally succeed in another. Confidence replaces careful thinking. Instead of asking whether you truly understand something, you rely on the positive image you already have of yourself. The opposite can happen as well. If you make one serious mistake, your brain may begin believing that every part of you is flawed. One failure at work suddenly makes you question your abilities as a parent, a friend, or a partner. Just as one positive trait can create a halo, one negative experience can cast a shadow over everything else. Neither view reflects reality because human beings are never that simple. Companies understand this effect extremely well. That is why advertisements often feature attractive people, respected athletes, or famous celebrities. The goal is not simply to grab your attention. It is to transfer the positive feelings you already have about that person onto the product itself. Your brain begins associating trust, success, and confidence with something that has not actually earned those qualities. The product has not changed. Your perception has. One of the best ways to weaken the halo effect is by separating individual qualities instead of blending them together. Ask yourself whether the evidence truly supports your conclusion. Is this person actually trustworthy, or do they simply appear confident? Are they genuinely knowledgeable, or are they just speaking with certainty? Confidence often sounds like competence, but the two are not always the same thing. It also helps to remember that everyone is a mixture of strengths and weaknesses. Someone can be brilliant at solving problems and still struggle with empathy. A kind person can make poor decisions. A successful leader can have unhealthy relationships. A talented artist can give terrible life advice. Human beings are wonderfully complicated, yet your brain constantly tries to simplify them into easy categories. The halo effect survives because your mind prefers quick answers over careful evaluation. It feels comforting to believe that one impressive quality reveals everything you need to know about someone. But real understanding takes more time than first impressions allow. The people who make the best decisions are usually the ones who resist the temptation to judge too quickly. They look beyond the shine of the halo and allow people to reveal who they truly are through their actions, rather than through the stories their brains invented within the first few seconds. Loss aversion. Imagine someone offers you a simple choice. You can either receive $100 for free or flip a coin where you have a chance to win $200, but also a chance to lose $100 of your own money. Even though the possible reward is bigger, most people instantly hesitate. The idea of losing feels much heavier than the excitement of winning. It is not because the math is difficult. It is because your brain experiences loss and gain very differently. Losing hurts far more than winning feels good, and that single fact quietly controls countless decisions throughout your life. Loss aversion is one of the strongest psychological forces inside the human mind. It makes you protect what you already have with incredible determination, even when holding on is no longer the smartest choice. The fear of losing something often becomes more powerful than the desire to gain something better. That is why people stay stuck in situations they know are making them unhappy. The pain of giving something up feels immediate, while the possibility of something better still feels uncertain. Think about someone trapped in a job they secretly dislike. Every morning they wake up with no excitement. Every week feels exactly the same. Deep down they know they want to leave, but one thought keeps pulling them back. What if the next job is even worse? What if I lose my financial security? What if I regret leaving? Suddenly, the familiar discomfort feels safer than the unknown possibility of improvement. They are no longer choosing the job because they love it. They are choosing it because they fear losing what they already have. The same thing happens in relationships. Someone knows the relationship has become unhealthy. The connection that once brought happiness now brings constant stress. Friends tell them it is time to move on, yet they keep staying. Not because they believe things will magically improve, but because the thought of losing the relationship feels unbearable. Even loneliness begins to look less frightening than the uncertainty waiting on the other side of letting go. Your brain developed this tendency for a reason. Long ago, survival depended more on avoiding losses than chasing extra rewards. Losing food, shelter, or protection could mean serious danger. Gaining a little more offered benefits, but preventing loss was often far more important. That survival instinct became deeply wired into the human mind. Today, even though your life is very different, your brain still reacts as though every loss threatens your survival. Psychologists studying decision-making discovered something remarkable. The emotional pain of losing something is often about twice as powerful as the pleasure of gaining something of equal value. That means losing $100 usually feels much worse than finding $100 feels exciting. The numbers are identical, but your emotional experience is completely different. Your brain is not measuring value objectively. It is protecting you from loss. This explains why investors often make costly mistakes. Imagine someone buys a stock that begins falling in value. Instead of selling and accepting a small loss, they hold on for months or even years hoping it will recover. They tell themselves they have not really lost anything until they sell. In reality, they are making decisions based on emotion instead of evidence. Accepting the loss feels too painful, so they continue risking even more. Sometimes the greatest financial losses happen because people become more afraid of admitting they were wrong than of losing additional money. Loss aversion also shapes everyday shopping. A store announces that a special discount ends tonight. Suddenly, you feel pressure to buy something you were not even planning to purchase. The product itself may not have become more valuable, but the possibility of losing the deal suddenly feels urgent. Companies understand that people hate missing opportunities almost as much as they hate losing money. That is why limited time offers, countdown timers, and low stock warnings are so effective. They activate the part of your brain that desperately wants to avoid loss. This thinking trap quietly influences your personal growth as well. Maybe you want to start a business, move to a new city, learn a new skill, or finally follow a dream you have been postponing for years. Instead of imagining everything you could gain, your mind immediately lists everything you might lose: time, money, stability, comfort, reputation. Before you know it, fear has convinced you that standing still is the safer choice. Yet, what often goes unnoticed is the hidden loss of never trying at all. The irony is that avoiding small risks can sometimes create much bigger losses over time. Every year spent avoiding change is another year without new experiences. Every opportunity rejected out of fear is another opportunity that will never return. Loss aversion protects you from immediate discomfort, but it can quietly steal your future without you realizing it. One powerful way to challenge this bias is by changing the question you ask yourself. Instead of asking what you might lose, ask what staying exactly where you are is already costing you. Is your current situation giving you peace, growth, and fulfillment, or is it slowly draining your energy every single day? That shift in perspective often reveals that doing nothing is not actually the safe option your brain imagined. It simply feels familiar. Another useful habit is remembering that every meaningful achievement required someone to risk losing something first. Every entrepreneur risked comfort. Every athlete risked failure. Every artist risked criticism. Every meaningful relationship required someone to risk rejection. Growth has always involved uncertainty. The people who move forward are not fearless. They simply refuse to let the fear of losing control every decision they make. Loss aversion survives because your brain is designed to guard what it already possesses. It believes safety comes from holding on tightly, even when what you are holding no longer serves you. But life rarely rewards those who cling to every familiar comfort. Sometimes the greatest gain begins with the willingness to release something that no longer belongs in your future. The moment you stop allowing fear of loss to make every decision, you discover that some things are only found after you become brave enough to let go. Overconfidence bias. There is a dangerous moment that almost everyone experiences, and the scary part is that it does not feel dangerous at all. It feels like certainty. You stop double-checking your decisions because you are convinced you already know the answer. You stop asking questions because you believe there is nothing left to learn. You stop listening because your own voice sounds more convincing than everyone else's. That quiet feeling of absolute confidence can be far more destructive than doubt, because the moment you believe you cannot be wrong is often the moment you become the easiest person to fool. Overconfidence bias is not about believing in yourself. Confidence is healthy. It helps you take action, face challenges, and recover from failure. Overconfidence is something completely different. It is when your belief in your own knowledge becomes larger than your actual understanding. It convinces you that your judgment is more accurate than it really is, causing you to underestimate risks, overlook mistakes, and ignore valuable advice. Think about someone who has been driving for years. They begin believing they are far better than the average driver. They start checking their phone for just a second because they are sure they can handle it. They drive a little faster because they trust their reflexes. Nothing bad happens the first few times, so their confidence grows even stronger. Eventually, one small mistake changes everything. The problem was never their skill. The problem was believing they were immune to the same risks everyone else faces. The same pattern appears in business. Someone experiences early success and begins assuming every future decision will also be successful. They stop researching. They stop asking for feedback. They ignore warning signs because their previous victories convinced them they have exceptional instincts. What once looked like confidence slowly turns into blind certainty. Ironically, success itself becomes the reason they stop making successful decisions. Your brain loves certainty because certainty feels comfortable. Admitting you do not know something creates discomfort. It forces you to stay curious and remain open to new information. Overconfidence removes that discomfort by giving you the comforting illusion that you already have the answers. The problem is that reality does not care how confident you feel. A wrong decision remains wrong even when you believe in it completely. Psychologists have discovered something fascinating about human knowledge. People often know much less than they think they do. Ask someone how a zipper, a bicycle, or a toilet actually works, and they may confidently say they understand it. But when asked to explain every detail, they quickly realize their knowledge is much shallower than they imagined. The feeling of understanding is often stronger than actual understanding. Your brain mistakes familiarity for expertise. This bias becomes especially dangerous when combined with authority. Imagine someone receives a promotion and suddenly begins believing they are naturally good at every type of leadership. They assume their opinions are always correct simply because of their position. Employees become hesitant to challenge them. Mistakes go unnoticed because nobody feels comfortable speaking up. What began as confidence quietly transforms into poor decision-making that affects everyone around them. Social media makes overconfidence even easier to develop. A person watches a few videos on investing and suddenly feels ready to predict financial markets. Another reads several articles about health and begins believing they understand medicine better than trained professionals. Information has become incredibly easy to access, but access to information is not the same as deep understanding. Knowing a few facts can create the illusion that you understand the entire subject. Overconfidence also shapes everyday relationships. Someone becomes so certain about another person's intentions that they stop asking questions. A delayed reply becomes proof that someone is angry. A short message becomes evidence that the relationship is ending. Instead of checking whether those assumptions are true, they confidently act on conclusions that exist only inside their own mind. Many unnecessary conflicts begin not with facts, but with certainty built on incomplete information. One of the biggest reasons overconfidence is so difficult to recognize is that it often rewards you at first. Quick decisions can save time. Trusting yourself can lead to success. Experience genuinely builds skill. The danger begins when those positive experiences convince you that you no longer need caution. Every expert who stops learning slowly becomes less of an expert. Growth depends on staying curious long after success arrives. History is filled with examples of brilliant people making enormous mistakes because they became convinced they could not fail. Powerful leaders ignored warnings before disasters. Successful companies dismissed new competitors because they believed nobody could challenge them. Talented athletes underestimated opponents they thought were weaker. Again and again, confidence became the very thing that created failure. Not because confidence itself is harmful, but because unchecked confidence blinds people to risks they would otherwise notice. One simple habit can protect you from this trap. Whenever you feel completely certain about something, ask yourself what evidence could prove you wrong. If you cannot think of anything, that is often a sign you have stopped searching for the truth and started protecting your own opinion. Truly knowledgeable people are usually comfortable saying they are not sure. They understand that uncertainty is not weakness. It is often a sign of honest thinking. The most respected experts in any field continue asking questions even after decades of experience. They know there is always something they have not considered. They seek feedback instead of avoiding it. They change their minds when better evidence appears. Their confidence comes from knowing they can learn, not from believing they already know everything. The opposite of overconfidence is not insecurity, it is humility. Humility allows you to trust your abilities while still recognizing your limits. It reminds you that every person, no matter how intelligent or experienced, has blind spots they cannot see on their own. The willingness to admit that possibility keeps your mind flexible instead of rigid. Overconfidence bias survives because certainty feels powerful. It makes difficult decisions seem simple and complicated problems appear easy to solve. But the people who make the best decisions are rarely the loudest or the most certain. They are the ones who remain curious even when they have every reason to feel confident. The moment you stop assuming you already have all the answers is often the moment you begin making your smartest decisions. The Dunning-Kruger effect. Have you ever met someone who knows almost nothing about a subject but speaks with complete certainty, while another person with years of experience keeps saying there is still so much they need to learn? At first it makes no sense. Shouldn't the expert be the confident one and the beginner be the cautious one? Yet real life often works in the opposite way. The less someone understands, the more certain they can become. Meanwhile, the people who truly know the most are often the first to admit how much they still do not know. That strange contradiction reveals one of the most fascinating thinking traps in human psychology. The Dunning-Kruger effect is not about intelligence. It is not a sign that someone is foolish or incapable. It is something that can happen to anyone. The moment you know just enough to feel confident, but not enough to recognize the gaps in your own knowledge, your brain creates a powerful illusion. It convinces you that you understand far more than you actually do. The most dangerous part is that you cannot see what you are missing, because the very knowledge required to recognize your mistakes is the knowledge you have not learned yet. Think about learning to play the guitar. During the first few weeks, everything feels difficult. Your fingers hurt, your timing is off, and even simple songs seem impossible. Then, after a little practice, you finally play a few songs correctly. Suddenly, you feel like you are becoming really good. You start believing the hard part is over. But as you continue learning, you discover music theory, advanced techniques, rhythm, composition, improvisation, and countless skills you never even knew existed. The more you learn, the more you realize how enormous the subject really is. Your confidence drops, not because you became worse, but because your understanding became more accurate. This pattern appears everywhere. Someone watches a handful of videos about investing and suddenly feels ready to predict the stock market. Another person reads a few articles about nutrition and begins giving health advice to everyone around them. A beginner in photography buys an expensive camera and believes professional quality pictures are only a few clicks away. At first, everything seems simple because they have only seen the surface. They do not yet know how much complexity is hiding underneath. Psychologists David Dunning and Justin Kruger discovered something remarkable while studying human judgment. People who performed poorly on certain tasks often believed they had done exceptionally well. At the same time, many of the highest performers slightly underestimated themselves because they assumed what felt easy for them must also be easy for everyone else. The beginners lacked the knowledge needed to evaluate themselves accurately, while the experts understood just how much there was to consider. That is what makes this bias so deceptive. Your confidence is not always connected to your ability. Sometimes it is connected to your awareness. When you know very little, the world looks surprisingly simple. Every problem seems to have an obvious solution. Every debate appears easy to settle. Every question feels like it has one clear answer. As your understanding grows, you begin seeing exceptions, hidden details, competing ideas, and unanswered questions. Complexity replaces certainty. Social media has created the perfect environment for this thinking trap. Someone watches several short videos on a complicated subject and suddenly feels qualified to explain it with complete confidence. Those confident opinions often spread faster than careful explanations because certainty is entertaining. Nuance takes time. Simplicity gets attention. As a result, the loudest voices are not always the most informed ones. The Dunning-Kruger effect also affects the way we judge ourselves. Imagine starting a new business. During the first few months, you may believe success depends on one or two simple ideas. Then reality begins teaching lessons that no book or video fully explained. Customer behavior becomes more complicated. Competition becomes tougher. Unexpected problems appear almost daily. You realize that running a successful business requires far more knowledge than you originally imagined. That realization is not failure, it is progress. Ironically, this is why genuine experts sometimes sound less certain than beginners. They understand how complicated reality actually is. They know there are exceptions to almost every rule. They have made enough mistakes to recognize how easily confidence can become misleading. Instead of pretending to know everything, they remain open to learning because experience has taught them that certainty is often temporary. One of the clearest signs that someone is growing is not that they become more confident about everything. It is that they become more precise about what they actually know. They are comfortable saying they need more information. They ask thoughtful questions instead of rushing to conclusions. They understand the difference between having an opinion and having expertise. This thinking trap can quietly limit your own growth if you are not careful. When you believe you already know enough, curiosity disappears. You stop reading, practicing, and asking for feedback because your brain convinces you there is little left to learn. That false confidence becomes a ceiling. Meanwhile, the person who keeps questioning themselves continues improving year after year until the gap between them becomes enormous. There is a simple habit that helps protect you from this bias. Whenever you feel completely certain about a complicated subject, challenge yourself to explain it from beginning to end in clear, simple language. If you discover parts you cannot explain without becoming vague or confused, you have just found the edges of your understanding. Instead of feeling embarrassed, treat those gaps like a map showing you exactly where your next lesson begins. The goal is not to doubt yourself all the time. Healthy confidence is essential for taking action and trying new things. The goal is to pair confidence with curiosity. Believe in your ability to learn without assuming you have already mastered everything worth knowing. That balance keeps your mind open while still allowing you to move forward. The Dunning-Kruger effect survives because ignorance often feels invisible. You cannot easily notice knowledge you have not yet gained. But the moment you accept that possibility, something changes. Your conversations become more thoughtful. Your decisions become wiser. Your learning accelerates because you stop trying to protect the image of already knowing. The smartest people are rarely the ones who claim to have all the answers. They are the ones who never stop searching for better questions. Anchoring bias. Imagine walking into a store to buy a jacket. The first thing you see is a price tag that says $300. A moment later you notice another tag that says now only $150. Without thinking twice, it suddenly feels like an incredible deal. You feel like you are saving money, but pause for a second. How do you actually know the jacket is worth $150? You do not. Your brain simply compared it to the first number it saw. That first number quietly became the anchor, and every decision after that revolved around it. The strange part is that even if the original price was completely meaningless, it still changed the way you judged the second one. That is the power of anchoring bias. Your brain loves using the first piece of information it receives as a starting point, even when that information has little to do with reality. Once an anchor is planted, everything that follows gets pulled toward it. You believe you are making an independent decision, but without realizing it, your judgment has already been influenced before you even started thinking. This happens far beyond shopping. Imagine applying for a new job. During the interview, the company mentions a salary that is much lower than you expected. Even if you know your skills are worth more, that first number stays in your mind. Every offer afterward feels connected to it. Instead of asking what your experience is actually worth, you find yourself negotiating around the original figure. A random starting point quietly shapes the entire conversation. The same thing happens in everyday relationships. Someone meets you for the first time and hears one negative comment about you before you even speak. That first impression becomes an anchor. Later, when you make a small mistake, it seems to confirm what they already believed. If they had first heard something positive instead, the exact same behavior might have been interpreted completely differently. The facts never changed. The starting point did. Your brain relies on anchors because making decisions from scratch requires effort. Every day you are surrounded by thousands of choices. Instead of carefully evaluating each one, your mind searches for a reference point that feels familiar. Once it finds one, it begins adjusting from there. The problem is that the adjustment is usually far too small. Even when you know the anchor is unreliable, it continues pulling your judgment toward itself. Psychologists have demonstrated this in fascinating experiments. Participants were first shown completely random numbers generated by chance. Afterward, they were asked to estimate unrelated facts, such as the population of a city or the percentage of countries in a particular region. Even though the random numbers had absolutely nothing to do with the questions, people's answers consistently drifted toward the numbers they had seen first. Their brains could not ignore the anchor, even when they knew it was meaningless. Think about buying a house. The seller lists an unrealistically high price. You immediately recognize that it is overpriced, so you begin negotiating. Eventually, the seller agrees to reduce the price significantly. You leave feeling proud because you negotiated a great deal. But what if the final price is still far above the home's actual value? Your satisfaction came from comparing it to the original anchor rather than evaluating its true worth. This bias quietly affects the way you see yourself as well. Imagine a teacher tells you at a young age that you are not very creative. That opinion becomes an anchor. Years later, you avoid painting, writing, or designing because you still carry that early judgment with you. Every small struggle seems to prove it was true. Meanwhile, you ignore moments that suggest you actually have creative potential. A single sentence spoken years ago continues shaping decisions in the present. Social media creates new anchors every single day. You see someone your age earning enormous amounts of money, traveling the world, or achieving incredible success. Without realizing it, those images become the standard you compare yourself against. Suddenly, your own progress feels disappointing, not because you are failing, but because your brain has anchored itself to an unrealistic reference point. Instead of measuring your growth against your own journey, you begin measuring it against carefully edited moments from someone else's life. Marketing experts understand anchoring extremely well. That is why expensive products are often displayed first. Once your brain accepts a high price as normal, the slightly cheaper option suddenly feels reasonable. Restaurants place expensive dishes at the top of the menu, so everything below appears more affordable. Stores advertise large discounts by showing inflated original prices beside the current ones. They are not simply selling products. They are shaping the anchor your brain will use before you even begin deciding. Anchoring also influences conversations. The first number mentioned during a negotiation often shapes the entire outcome. The first opinion expressed in a meeting can influence how everyone else evaluates the discussion. Even the first story you hear about a person can become the lens through which you interpret everything they do afterward. First impressions are powerful not because they are always accurate, but because they become mental starting points that are surprisingly difficult to escape. One of the best ways to protect yourself from anchoring bias is to slow down before accepting the first piece of information as your reference point. Ask yourself what independent evidence actually supports your decision. If the first number, opinion, or impression had never existed, what conclusion would you reach on your own? That simple question forces your brain to step away from the anchor and evaluate the situation more honestly. It also helps to gather multiple reference points instead of relying on just one. Compare different prices before making a purchase. Listen to several perspectives before forming an opinion. Research different possibilities before making an important decision. The more information you collect, the less power any single anchor has over your thinking. Anchoring bias survives because your brain craves certainty, and the first piece of information it encounters feels like a convenient place to begin. But convenient does not always mean correct. Sometimes the number, opinion, or first impression that seems so important is nothing more than an accident of timing. The people who make better decisions are not the ones who never encounter anchors. They are the ones who recognize that the first thing they hear is simply the beginning of the story, not the truth that every other decision must follow. Hindsight bias. Think about the last time something unexpected happened. Maybe a business failed, a relationship ended, a sports team lost, or a major event completely changed someone's life. At first, everyone seemed surprised. Nobody saw it coming. But a few days later, something strange happened. Suddenly, people started saying they knew it all along. They pointed to little signs they claimed were obvious from the beginning. They acted as though the outcome had always been predictable. The reality had not changed. Only their memory had. That is the quiet power of hindsight bias. It convinces you that the past was far more predictable than it actually was. This thinking trap is dangerous because it rewrites your memories without asking for permission. After you know the ending of a story, your brain begins editing the beginning. It quietly removes uncertainty and replaces it with confidence. Looking back, everything starts appearing connected, logical, and inevitable. You forget how many different possibilities existed before the outcome became clear. Imagine watching a mystery movie for the first time. Halfway through, you have no idea who the villain is. Every character seems suspicious. Every clue could mean something different. Then the final scene reveals the truth. Suddenly, your brain begins replaying the entire movie. Every conversation now feels like an obvious clue. Every suspicious glance suddenly seems impossible to miss. You leave the movie thinking the answer was there the whole time. But if it was truly that obvious, why did you not solve it earlier? The ending changed the way your brain remembered everything that came before it. The same thing happens in real life. A company becomes wildly successful, and people start saying they always knew it would dominate the market. Another company collapses, and suddenly everyone claims the warning signs were obvious. But before those outcomes happened, opinions were often divided. People argued, guessed, disagreed, and changed their minds. Reality was uncertain. Hindsight simply erased that uncertainty from memory. Your brain does this because it loves creating stories that make sense. Randomness feels uncomfortable. Uncertainty feels stressful. So once the ending becomes known, your mind begins connecting the dots until everything appears perfectly logical. It gives you the comforting illusion that the world is far more predictable than it really is. Unfortunately, that illusion can make you overestimate your own judgment and underestimate how unpredictable life actually is. Psychologists discovered that once people learn the outcome of an event, it becomes surprisingly difficult for them to remember what they believed before they knew the answer. Their memories slowly adjust to match reality. They genuinely believe they expected the result, even when earlier evidence clearly shows they did not. Your brain is not intentionally lying. It is quietly rewriting the story so that everything feels consistent. Think about investing. A stock suddenly doubles in value, and people begin saying the opportunity was obvious. They point to all the reasons why success was guaranteed. But before the price increased, there were countless uncertainties. Competitors, market changes, economic conditions, and unexpected events could have pushed everything in the opposite direction. Looking backward creates the illusion that the future had always been clear. Hindsight bias also shapes personal relationships. Imagine a friendship slowly falls apart. Looking back, you suddenly notice every awkward conversation, every misunderstanding, and every disagreement. You begin telling yourself the ending was inevitable. But while the friendship was actually happening, those moments did not seem nearly as significant. Many relationships experience disagreements and recover. Only after the ending does your brain begin treating those moments as obvious warning signs. The same trap affects how you judge yourself. You make a mistake at work, and afterward you convince yourself you should have known better. You replay every decision again and again, believing the correct choice was obvious. In reality, you made the best decision you could with the information available at the time. The version of you looking backward has knowledge that the version of you making the decision never had. Comparing those two versions is deeply unfair, yet your brain does it constantly. This is one reason regret can become so overwhelming. Your mind keeps saying you should have seen it coming. You should have chosen differently. You should have noticed the signs. But those thoughts ignore an important truth. Decisions are made facing the future, not looking into the past. The future is filled with uncertainty. Hindsight simply hides that uncertainty after the outcome becomes known. Social media often strengthens this bias. After a major event happens, countless people claim they predicted it perfectly. Old clips, posts, and interviews suddenly spread everywhere as proof that someone saw everything coming. What you rarely see are the thousands of incorrect predictions made during the same period. Your brain remembers the successful predictions because they match reality and quietly forgets all the others. Once again, the past begins looking far more predictable than it truly was. One of the best ways to protect yourself from hindsight bias is to focus on the quality of your decision instead of the outcome alone. A smart decision can still produce a bad result because life contains uncertainty. A poor decision can sometimes lead to success simply because of luck. Judging every choice only by what happened afterward teaches your brain the wrong lessons. Instead, ask yourself whether you used the best information available at the time. That question is far more honest than pretending the answer was always obvious. Another helpful habit is writing down your expectations before making important decisions. Record what you believe will happen and why. Later, compare your original thoughts with reality. You will often be surprised by how differently you remembered your predictions. This simple habit exposes how easily your memory changes after learning the outcome. Hindsight bias survives because your brain desperately wants the world to make sense. It prefers neat stories over messy uncertainty. It would rather believe events were predictable than accept how much of life unfolds in unexpected ways. But real wisdom comes from recognizing that certainty often exists only after the fact. The people who grow the most are not those who claim they always knew what would happen. They are the ones who accept uncertainty, learn from every outcome, and resist the comforting illusion that the past was ever as obvious as it now appears. Survivorship bias. Look around at the stories people celebrate the most. The billionaire who started with nothing. The student who dropped out and built a massive company. The athlete who ignored everyone who doubted them. The artist who was rejected for years before finally becoming famous. These stories are everywhere, and they are inspiring for a reason. They make you believe that extraordinary success is always just one bold decision away. But there is one question almost nobody asks. What about the people who made the exact same choices and never succeeded? You rarely hear their stories because they disappeared from the spotlight. That silence is where survivorship bias begins. Your brain has a habit of learning only from the people who made it to the finish line. It studies the winners, copies their habits, and assumes those habits must be the reason they succeeded. The problem is that you are only seeing the survivors. You are missing everyone who followed the same path but ended up with completely different results. When those invisible stories are ignored, reality becomes dangerously distorted. Imagine someone tells you that a famous entrepreneur never finished college and still became incredibly wealthy. It sounds like proof that education is unnecessary. But what you do not see are the thousands of people who also left college, worked just as hard, took the same risks, and never built a successful business. Their stories are rarely written into books or turned into documentaries because success attracts attention while failure quietly disappears. This thinking trap exists because your brain naturally focuses on what is visible. Successful people are visible. Failed attempts are usually hidden. Every time you scroll through social media, watch interviews, or read biographies, you are seeing the people who survived the journey. The countless others who tried with equal determination often remain invisible, making success appear much more common and much more predictable than it really is. Think about the fitness industry. You see dramatic before and after transformations every day. Someone loses a huge amount of weight and shares their inspiring journey. What you rarely see are the thousands who started the same program but gave up halfway through. That does not mean the program is ineffective. It simply means you are only seeing the people who completed the journey. Your brain mistakes the visible results for the complete picture. Psychologists have long pointed out that one of the biggest mistakes people make is drawing conclusions from incomplete evidence. During the Second World War, military engineers studied airplanes returning from combat. They noticed bullet holes covering certain parts of the aircraft and initially believed those areas needed stronger armor. But one statistician looked at the problem differently. He realized they were only examining the planes that survived. The planes that never returned had likely been hit in completely different places. Instead of reinforcing the damaged areas they could see, they strengthened the areas with very few bullet holes, because those were the hits that prevented planes from making it home. That simple shift in thinking saved countless lives, because it focused on what was missing instead of only what was visible. The same mistake happens in business. You read about companies that took enormous risks and became wildly successful. Suddenly, it seems like taking bigger risks is always the secret to winning. But hidden behind every famous success story are countless businesses that took similar risks and quietly failed. If you only study the winners, you begin believing their path guarantees success when it really does not. Survivorship bias also affects the advice people give. A successful investor might tell you to trust your instincts because that approach worked for them. A famous musician might tell you to ignore criticism because they eventually proved everyone wrong. Their advice may be sincere, but it is based on one successful outcome. Many others trusted their instincts, ignored feedback, and never achieved the same results. Success often makes people believe they understand exactly why they won, even when luck, timing, and opportunity played a much larger role than they realize. Social media amplifies this illusion every single day. You see creators celebrating huge achievements, entrepreneurs showing luxury lifestyles, and influencers talking about overnight success. What you almost never see are the years of failed projects, abandoned ideas, financial struggles, or the thousands of people who tried the exact same strategy without reaching the same destination. The platform naturally highlights survivors because those stories attract attention. This bias can quietly affect your own decisions. Maybe you want to start a business because you keep hearing stories about people who became rich. Maybe you believe a certain investment is guaranteed because you only notice the people who made money. Maybe you compare yourself to someone who achieved incredible success at a young age without realizing how many equally talented people followed the same path but never received the same opportunity. Your expectations become shaped by the winners, while the invisible majority disappears from your thinking. The solution is not becoming pessimistic. It is becoming more complete in the way you evaluate information. Whenever you hear an inspiring success story, ask yourself a simple question. Whose story am I not hearing? What happened to everyone else who tried the same thing? That one habit immediately gives you a more balanced view of reality. It reminds you that every visible success sits on top of countless invisible attempts. At the same time, do not let survivorship bias steal the inspiration that successful people can provide. Their stories still contain valuable lessons. The mistake is believing their journey represents the only path or that copying every detail guarantees the same result. Success is usually a combination of skill, persistence, opportunity, timing, and sometimes simple luck. Ignoring any of those pieces creates an incomplete picture. Survivorship bias survives because your brain naturally pays attention to what it can see. The winners are visible. The failures are often forgotten. But real wisdom comes from looking beyond the spotlight and remembering that every success story exists alongside many untold stories that never reached the headlines. The moment you begin asking what is missing instead of only admiring what is visible, your decisions become more thoughtful. Your expectations become more realistic, and your understanding of the world becomes far closer to the truth. The framing effect. Imagine walking into a grocery store looking for a healthy snack. You pick up two packages that contain exactly the same food. One label proudly says 90% fat-free. The other simply says contains 10% fat. Both statements describe the exact same product. Nothing about the food is different. The ingredients are identical. The nutrition is identical. Yet almost everyone feels better about the first package. Somehow it seems healthier, safer, and more appealing. The facts never changed. Only the way those facts were presented changed your decision. That is the invisible power of the framing effect. Your brain likes believing it makes logical choices based on facts. In reality, the way information is presented often matters just as much as the information itself. A single change in wording can completely alter how you feel, even when the meaning stays exactly the same. You think you are evaluating reality, but many times you are reacting to the frame surrounding it. Think about a doctor explaining a medical procedure. Imagine the doctor says that 95 out of every 100 patients survive the operation. That sounds reassuring. Now imagine the doctor instead says that 5 out of every 100 patients die during the operation. Suddenly the procedure feels much riskier. Yet both statements describe the exact same outcome. The numbers did not change. Your emotional reaction did. This happens because your brain responds to emotions before it responds to logic. Positive language creates feelings of safety, hope, and opportunity. Negative language triggers caution, fear, and loss. Even when you understand that the information is identical, those emotional reactions still influence your judgment. Your brain is not simply processing facts. It is processing the feelings attached to those facts. The framing effect appears everywhere in everyday life. A company announces that it has retained 90% of its employees. That sounds impressive. Another company announces that 10% of its employees left this year. Even if both companies have exactly the same employee turnover, one feels successful while the other feels unstable. The difference exists only in the frame. Relationships are influenced by this bias as well. Imagine your partner says you forgot our anniversary. That sentence immediately creates defensiveness. Now imagine they say, I really missed celebrating this day with you. The message is almost identical, but the second version feels less like an attack and more like an honest expression of emotion. The words create a different emotional frame, and that changes how the conversation unfolds. Psychologists have spent decades studying this effect because it reveals something surprising about the human mind. People often make completely different decisions depending on whether the exact same information is presented as a gain or as a loss. When an option highlights what people might gain, they usually become more cautious. But when the same situation emphasizes what they might lose, they often become willing to take much bigger risks. Your choices shift, not because reality changed, but because your brain reacts differently to different frames. This is one reason advertising is so effective. Companies rarely focus only on what a product is. They carefully choose how it is described. Instead of saying a phone lasts for one full day, they might say it gives you 24 hours of battery life. Instead of saying a course teaches useful skills, they frame it as the opportunity that could completely change your future. The facts may remain accurate, but the presentation is designed to influence your emotions before your logic has time to respond. Social media uses framing every single day. A headline rarely tells the whole story. Instead, it presents information in the most dramatic way possible because dramatic language captures attention. A small disagreement becomes a shocking controversy. A minor mistake becomes a complete disaster. A normal achievement becomes life-changing. The goal is not always to inform you. It is often to shape the way you feel before you even click. The framing effect also changes how you see yourself. Imagine you fail one important exam. One way to frame the experience is I failed because I am not smart enough. Another way is I have discovered what I still need to improve. The event is exactly the same, but the second frame creates motivation, while the first creates hopelessness. The story you tell yourself about your experiences often becomes more powerful than the experiences themselves. This is why two people can live through similar situations and develop completely different mindsets. One person sees every setback as proof that life is unfair. Another sees those same setbacks as lessons that prepare them for future success. Their circumstances may be remarkably similar, but the frame through which they interpret those experiences changes everything about how they move forward. The framing effect does not mean you should ignore reality or pretend every difficult situation is positive. Instead, it reminds you that there is often more than one truthful way to describe the same event. The frame you choose influences your emotions, your decisions, and eventually your actions. That is why language is so powerful. It does not just communicate ideas, it shapes the way your brain experiences those ideas. One simple way to protect yourself from this thinking trap is to ask a different question whenever you face an important decision. If this exact information were presented differently, would I still feel the same way? That question forces your brain to look beyond the emotional packaging and examine the actual facts. It creates a small pause between your first reaction and your final decision, and that pause is often enough to reveal how much the frame has been influencing you. It is also helpful to deliberately reframe your own challenges. Instead of asking why this happened to me, ask what this situation can teach me. Instead of thinking I have to do this, try asking whether you get the opportunity to do it. These are not empty positive phrases. They are different frames that can completely change how your brain responds to the same reality. The framing effect survives because your mind naturally reacts to stories before it analyzes statistics. It responds to emotion before calculation. That makes you wonderfully human, but it also makes you surprisingly easy to influence. The people who think most clearly are not the ones who never experience emotional reactions. They are the ones who recognize that the frame is not always the full picture. Once you begin looking beyond the words and focusing on the reality underneath them, you stop letting someone else's presentation decide what you believe, and you start making choices based on what is actually true. The false consensus effect. Have you ever caught yourself thinking something like everyone knows this, everybody agrees with me, or no normal person would think differently? It feels obvious in the moment. Your opinion seems so reasonable that it becomes hard to imagine anyone seeing the world another way. Then one conversation completely surprises you. Someone intelligent, thoughtful, and sincere believes the exact opposite. Suddenly, you wonder how they could possibly reach that conclusion. What most people never realize is that the other person is probably asking the very same question about you. That is the false consensus effect. It quietly convinces you that your own beliefs, habits, and decisions are far more common than they really are. Your brain naturally uses itself as a reference point. The way you think feels normal because it is the only way you have ever experienced the world. Every decision, every opinion, and every preference starts inside your own mind. Without realizing it, your brain begins assuming that most other people think in similar ways. It is a shortcut that makes the world feel predictable, but it also creates a distorted picture of reality. Think about something as simple as waking up early. If you are someone who loves getting out of bed before sunrise, you might assume disciplined people naturally enjoy mornings. If you hate mornings, you may believe that almost everyone secretly struggles to wake up. In both cases, you are using your own experience as the standard for everyone else. The truth is that people are far more different than your brain likes to admit. This bias becomes much stronger when emotions are involved. Imagine you strongly support a particular idea. You spend time reading articles that agree with you. Your friends share similar opinions. The creators you follow think the same way. Day after day, your brain receives the same messages from different directions. Eventually, you stop seeing your opinion as one perspective among many. It begins feeling like common sense. Anyone who disagrees seems uninformed, unreasonable, or disconnected from reality. The problem is that your environment is rarely a perfect reflection of the world. Most people naturally surround themselves with others who share similar interests, values, and beliefs. Your closest friends often think like you. The videos you watch shape future recommendations. Social media algorithms quickly learn your preferences and continue feeding you similar content. Before long, you are living inside a carefully filtered version of reality where your own opinions appear to be the overwhelming majority. Psychologists discovered that people consistently overestimate how many others share their beliefs and behaviors. Someone who enjoys taking risks often assumes most people would make the same choice. Someone who avoids risks believes caution is the obvious response. Neither person is intentionally ignoring reality. Their brains are simply projecting their own mindset onto everyone around them. This explains why disagreements often become so frustrating. When someone challenges your opinion, it does not just feel like a difference in perspective. It feels surprising because your brain expected agreement. Instead of becoming curious about why they think differently, you immediately begin searching for reasons they must be mistaken. The conversation stops being about understanding and becomes about defending what already feels obvious. The false consensus effect influences everyday decisions as well. A business owner may create a product they personally love and assume customers will feel exactly the same way. A parent may believe their child should enjoy the same hobbies they once enjoyed. A manager might think every employee is motivated by the same rewards that motivate them. Good intentions are not the problem. The mistake is assuming your own preferences automatically represent everyone else's. Social media has made this thinking trap even more powerful. You post an opinion and receive hundreds of likes from people who already follow you. Instantly, it feels as though the entire world agrees. What you do not see are the millions of people who never encountered your post or who quietly hold different opinions. Your brain mistakes a small corner of the internet for the complete picture. The louder your online community becomes, the easier it is to believe it represents everyone. This bias also affects the way you judge yourself. Imagine you struggle with anxiety before speaking in public. You might assume everyone feels the same fear because it feels so real to you. Or perhaps you naturally enjoy taking the stage and cannot understand why others become nervous. In both situations, your own experience quietly becomes the measuring stick for everyone else. The reality is that every person carries a different history, personality, and emotional world that you cannot fully see. One of the healthiest habits you can develop is becoming genuinely curious when someone disagrees with you. Instead of immediately asking how they could believe that, ask what experiences led them to that conclusion. You may still disagree when the conversation ends, but you will understand something important. Most people are not irrational. They are simply looking at life through a different collection of experiences than your own. Another useful question is surprisingly simple. How do I know most people actually think this way? Very often the honest answer is that you do not know. You are simply surrounded by people who happen to share your perspective. That realization creates humility. It reminds you that your personal experience is valuable, but it is not universal. The goal is not to doubt every opinion you have. Your beliefs matter, and many of them may be well supported. The goal is to stop assuming agreement before evidence exists. That small shift changes the way you listen, communicate, and make decisions. It opens your mind to perspectives you would have dismissed only moments earlier. The false consensus effect survives because your own thoughts are the easiest thoughts for your brain to understand. They feel familiar, comfortable, and normal. But the world has never been built from one point of view. Every person carries a different story, different struggles, and different reasons for believing what they believe. The moment you stop expecting everyone to think like you is the moment you begin understanding people far more deeply, and that understanding is often the beginning of real wisdom. Optimism bias. Imagine asking a room full of people whether they believe they are more likely than the average person to live a healthy life, build a successful career, or avoid serious problems. Surprisingly, most hands would go up. That sounds impossible because not everyone can be above average. Yet your brain quietly whispers the same message every day. Things will probably work out. Bad things happen to other people, not me. I will have more time later. I will figure it out when the moment comes. That comforting voice feels hopeful, but it can also become one of the most dangerous thinking traps you will ever face. Optimism bias is not simply about having a positive attitude. Hope is valuable. It helps people recover after failure, chase meaningful goals, and keep moving through difficult times. Optimism bias is different. It is the tendency to believe your future will naturally be better than reality actually suggests. It makes you underestimate risks, delay important decisions, and assume everything will somehow fall into place without enough preparation. Think about how often people postpone things they know are important. Someone keeps delaying regular health checkups because they feel perfectly fine. A student waits until the last minute to prepare for an important exam because they believe they work well under pressure. A person keeps spending more than they earn because they are sure a better job or higher income is just around the corner. None of these people are trying to make bad decisions. They simply believe tomorrow will solve problems that today continues creating. Your brain prefers hopeful stories because uncertainty is uncomfortable. Believing that everything will be fine reduces stress in the moment. It allows you to avoid difficult conversations, uncomfortable planning, and unpleasant possibilities. Unfortunately, reality does not reward hope by itself. It rewards preparation. When optimism replaces action instead of supporting it, it quietly becomes a trap. Psychologists have found that people consistently believe they are less likely than others to experience negative events such as illness, accidents, financial problems, or divorce. At the same time, they often believe they are more likely to experience success, happiness, and good fortune. This happens even when there is little evidence to justify those expectations. Your brain naturally imagines a brighter future because imagining positive outcomes feels emotionally rewarding. Think about someone starting a new business. They picture excited customers, growing profits, and financial freedom. Those dreams are important because they provide motivation. But if that same person ignores market research, avoids planning, or refuses to prepare for setbacks because they believe success is almost guaranteed, optimism has stopped helping and started blinding them. The dream itself is not the problem. The problem is assuming the dream will happen without respecting reality. This bias appears in everyday health decisions too. Many people know they should exercise, eat better, or get more sleep, yet they tell themselves they will start next week, next month, or next year. Deep down, they believe their future self will suddenly become more disciplined than their present self. Days become months. Months become years. The optimistic belief that there will always be more time quietly steals the opportunity that exists today. Social media often strengthens this illusion. Every scroll is filled with stories of overnight success, dramatic transformations, and incredible achievements. You rarely see the years of struggle, failure, and persistence that came before those moments. Your brain begins believing extraordinary outcomes happen quickly and easily because those are the stories receiving the most attention. The difficult middle part disappears, leaving behind the comforting illusion that success naturally arrives for people who simply believe in themselves. Optimism bias also shapes relationships. Someone notices small problems but convinces themselves everything will improve on its own. Difficult conversations keep getting postponed because tomorrow always feels like a better time. Months later, those small problems have become much larger. Looking back, they wonder why they waited so long. The warning signs were there all along, but hope convinced them action was unnecessary. One fascinating aspect of this bias is that it can actually be useful in the right amount. Hope encourages resilience. It gives people the courage to attempt goals that might otherwise seem impossible. Many great achievements began because someone believed success was possible before there was any proof. The challenge is balancing optimism with honesty. Believe in the possibility of success while still respecting the effort required to reach it. A powerful question to ask yourself whenever everything feels certain is surprisingly simple. What if things do not go according to plan? That question is not about becoming negative. It is about becoming prepared. The people who succeed most consistently are rarely those who assume everything will go perfectly. They are the ones who expect obstacles and create plans for dealing with them before those obstacles appear. Another useful habit is separating hope from probability. You can hope for an incredible outcome while still acknowledging the risks. You can believe in yourself while admitting there are skills you still need to develop. You can dream about success without pretending failure is impossible. That balance keeps your confidence grounded in reality instead of wishful thinking. The irony is that realistic preparation often creates the very future optimism was hoping for. Saving money increases financial security. Practicing regularly improves performance. Honest conversations strengthen relationships. Planning ahead reduces stress. The future becomes brighter not because you expected it to be, but because you actively built it one decision at a time. Optimism bias survives because your brain wants to protect you from fear and uncertainty. It paints tomorrow with brighter colors than today because that picture feels comforting. But real confidence does not come from believing everything will magically work out. It comes from knowing that whatever happens, you have prepared yourself as well as possible. The happiest and most successful people are not those who expect life to be easy. They are the ones who combine hope with action, dreams with discipline, and optimism with the courage to face reality exactly as it is. Recency bias. Think about the last conversation that completely changed your mood. Maybe someone criticized your work. Maybe you received unexpected praise. Or maybe you watched one emotional video before going to bed. Suddenly it felt like that single moment represented your entire life. The weeks, months, or even years that came before it seemed to disappear. One recent experience quietly took control of your judgment. It felt important simply because it happened last. That is the hidden power of recency bias. Your brain naturally gives more weight to what happened recently than to everything that came before it. At first, this seems reasonable. Recent information is often useful. It reflects what is happening right now. But the problem begins when your brain starts treating the latest event as the most important one, even when it is only a small piece of a much larger story. Instead of looking at the complete picture, your mind zooms in on whatever happened most recently and lets that single moment shape your decisions. Imagine a student who spends months studying consistently. They perform well on assignment after assignment. Then one difficult exam goes badly. Within hours they begin thinking, maybe I am just not smart enough. Suddenly months of progress feel meaningless because one recent failure has become the only thing their brain wants to remember. The reality never changed. Their attention did. The opposite happens too. Someone avoids exercise for years, but completes one great workout. Instantly they feel healthier, more disciplined, and convinced they have completely changed their lifestyle. That recent success creates excitement, but it also hides the fact that real change is built through consistency, not one good day. Your brain loves dramatic endings because they are easier to remember than long patterns. This bias exists because your memory naturally gives recent experiences stronger emotional weight. Fresh events are easier to recall. They feel clearer, more vivid, and more relevant than older ones. Instead of carefully reviewing everything that has happened over time, your brain takes a shortcut and assumes the newest information deserves the most attention. That shortcut saves mental effort, but it often leads to poor decisions. Think about investing. Imagine someone watches the stock market rise for several months. They begin believing prices will continue rising forever because recent history feels like the best predictor of the future. Then a sudden market decline happens, and the exact opposite occurs. Panic takes over. They become convinced everything will keep falling. In both situations, people mistake a recent trend for a permanent reality. They forget that markets, like life, constantly move through cycles. Sports fans experience this bias all the time. A player performs brilliantly for several games, and suddenly everyone calls them unstoppable. Then one poor performance happens, and people begin questioning whether they were ever that talented in the first place. The athlete did not become a genius overnight, nor did they suddenly lose all their ability. The most recent performance simply became louder than the complete history that came before it. Recency bias quietly shapes relationships too. Imagine your friend has supported you for years. They have shown up during difficult moments, celebrated your successes, and always been there when you needed them. Then one misunderstanding happens. Because it is fresh in your mind, it suddenly feels like it defines the entire friendship. All those years of loyalty fade into the background, while one recent disagreement becomes the story your brain keeps replaying. Psychologists understand that human memory is not a perfect recording of reality. Your mind constantly updates itself based on what feels most immediate. That is useful when responding to changing situations, but it can also distort your judgment. Recent experiences often feel more important simply because they are easier to remember, not because they actually deserve more weight. Social media has made this thinking trap even stronger. Every day brings new trends, breaking news, and viral opinions. Yesterday's story disappears almost instantly as today's headline takes its place. Over time, your brain begins believing that whatever is currently popular must also be the most significant. Long-term patterns become difficult to notice because your attention keeps jumping from one recent event to the next. This bias also affects how you see yourself. Imagine spending months building confidence, then having one awkward conversation. Suddenly, your brain whispers that you have lost all your progress, or perhaps you finally achieve one major success and immediately believe every future challenge will now be easy. In both cases, your identity becomes shaped by the latest chapter instead of the entire book. One of the simplest ways to protect yourself from recency bias is to deliberately step back before making important decisions. Ask yourself whether your opinion would be different if the recent event had never happened. Then look at the bigger pattern. Instead of judging one week, examine the last year. Instead of focusing on one conversation, think about the entire relationship. Patterns almost always reveal more truth than isolated moments. Another helpful habit is keeping track of your progress over time. Whether it is your health, finances, career, or personal growth, written records remind you that one good day or one bad day rarely tells the whole story. They help your brain resist the temptation to let the newest experience erase everything else. Life is rarely defined by a single moment. Success is built from hundreds of ordinary decisions. Relationships grow through years of shared experiences. Skills improve through countless hours of practice. Yet your brain constantly tries to compress all of that into whatever happened most recently. That shortcut feels convincing because fresh memories are emotionally powerful. Recency bias survives because the latest chapter is always the easiest one to read. It sits at the front of your mind while older experiences quietly fade into the background. But wisdom comes from refusing to judge your life by its most recent moment. The people who make the best decisions are the ones who step back, recognize the larger pattern, and remember that one victory does not guarantee the future, just as one setback does not erase everything that came before it. When you learn to see beyond the latest event, you begin making choices based on the full story instead of only the final page. The endowment effect. Imagine someone hands you an ordinary coffee mug and tells you that it is yours. Just a few moments ago, it was just another mug sitting on a shelf. You probably would not have paid much attention to it. But now that it belongs to you, something strange happens. If someone asks to buy it, you suddenly want much more money than you would have been willing to pay for it in the first place. The mug did not change. Its quality stayed exactly the same. The only thing that changed was one simple idea. It became yours. That tiny shift is enough to completely change the way your brain values it. This is called the endowment effect, and it quietly influences far more than the things you own. The moment something becomes part of your life, your brain begins treating it as more valuable simply because it belongs to you. Whether it is an object, an idea, a relationship, or even your own opinions, ownership creates an emotional attachment that makes letting go much harder than logic would suggest. Think about cleaning out your closet. You find clothes you have not worn in years. Deep down you know you will probably never wear them again. Yet instead of donating them, you keep telling yourself they might be useful someday. Those clothes suddenly feel more valuable because they belong to you. If you saw the exact same items in someone else's closet, you would probably tell them to get rid of them without a second thought. The same thing happens with old phones, books, furniture, and countless other possessions. People fill their homes with things they no longer need, not because those items are truly valuable, but because ownership quietly changes the way the brain sees them. Letting go begins to feel like losing something important, even when that thing has not improved your life in years. Psychologists discovered this effect through a simple experiment. Some participants were randomly given a coffee mug. Others were not. Later, the people who owned the mug demanded much more money to sell it than the people without a mug were willing to pay to buy it. The object itself was identical for everyone. Ownership alone had increased its perceived value. Your brain does not simply recognize possession. It protects it. This bias reaches far beyond physical objects. Imagine spending weeks developing an idea for a project. You become emotionally attached to it because it came from your own mind. When someone offers constructive criticism, it suddenly feels personal. You defend the idea more fiercely than you would if it belonged to someone else. Ownership has turned a simple idea into something that feels like part of your identity. The endowment effect also appears in relationships. Sometimes people stay connected to relationships that no longer bring happiness simply because they have invested so much emotion into them. They tell themselves they cannot let go because of everything they have shared together. Their history begins increasing the perceived value of the relationship, even when the present reality tells a very different story. This thinking trap also affects business decisions. Entrepreneurs often become deeply attached to products they created because they spent months or years building them. They naturally believe customers will value them just as much. When customers show little interest, it becomes difficult to accept because the creator sees the product through the emotional lens of ownership while the customer sees it with fresh eyes. Social media has created another version of this bias. People become attached to their online identities, personal brands, and opinions. Once an opinion becomes publicly associated with them, changing their mind suddenly feels much harder. It no longer feels like updating an idea. It feels like giving away something they own. As a result, people sometimes defend outdated beliefs simply because those beliefs have become part of how they see themselves. The endowment effect even influences negotiations. Imagine selling your house. Every room contains memories. You remember birthdays, family dinners, late-night conversations, and quiet mornings. To you, the house feels priceless because your experiences are attached to it. A buyer, however, sees only the building itself. They are evaluating square footage, location, and price. Neither person is irrational. They are simply seeing the same house through completely different emotional lenses. One reason this bias is so powerful is that your brain naturally connects ownership with identity. The things you own slowly become part of the story you tell yourself about who you are. That is why losing an object can sometimes feel much more emotional than its actual value would suggest. You are not only losing the item, you feel like you are losing a small piece of yourself. A simple way to challenge this bias is by asking one honest question. If I did not already own this, would I still want it today? That question removes the emotional advantage of ownership and forces you to evaluate the situation more objectively. If the answer is no, then the value may exist more in your attachment than in the thing itself. Another useful habit is remembering that ownership does not automatically create worth. Some possessions deserve to stay because they genuinely improve your life. Others simply occupy space because your brain struggles to separate memories from value. The same principle applies to ideas, habits, and even long-held beliefs. Just because something has belonged to you for a long time does not mean it still deserves a place in your future. The endowment effect survives because your brain wants to protect what feels familiar. It quietly whispers that what is yours must be special, even when reality says otherwise. But real freedom often begins when you stop measuring value by ownership alone. The people who make the wisest decisions are not the ones who hold on to everything they have. They are the ones who know the difference between something that truly enriches their life and something they keep only because it once became theirs. The moment you learn to separate attachment from actual value, you begin making choices based on what genuinely serves your future, instead of what simply feels difficult to release. Authority bias. Imagine sitting in a room while someone in a white coat confidently explains something you do not fully understand. Without checking the evidence, without asking questions, and without knowing much about their actual expertise, you immediately feel more likely to trust them. Their title, appearance, or position creates a sense of credibility before they have even proven anything. Now imagine the same person wearing casual clothes and having no official title. Suddenly, you become more skeptical. The information did not change. The only thing that changed was your perception of the person delivering it. That is the hidden influence of authority bias. Authority bias is the tendency to give more trust, respect, and importance to the opinions of people who appear powerful, knowledgeable, or important. It convinces your brain that someone must be correct because they have a certain position, title, uniform, or reputation. Sometimes that shortcut protects you. Listening to experienced people can save time and prevent mistakes. But when authority replaces critical thinking, it becomes a dangerous trap. Your brain developed this tendency because following experienced leaders was often useful for human survival. Early humans depended on skilled hunters, elders, and knowledgeable members of the group. Trusting someone with proven experience helped communities make faster decisions. The problem is that modern life is much more complicated. Today, a person can have status without having wisdom, confidence without having competence, and a title without having the right answers. Think about a doctor, a teacher, a manager, or a public figure. Their position naturally creates a certain level of trust, and that can be reasonable. But the danger begins when people stop evaluating the information itself. They start believing the person instead of examining the evidence. A confident expert can be wrong. A respected leader can make mistakes. A famous person can give terrible advice. Authority may increase the chance that someone knows what they are talking about, but it does not guarantee they are correct. One of the most famous demonstrations of authority bias came from a psychological experiment where participants were asked to follow instructions from someone presented as an authority figure, even when they felt uncomfortable with what they were doing. Many continued, because the person giving the instructions appeared legitimate and powerful. The experiment revealed something unsettling about human behavior. Many people are willing to ignore their own judgment when someone they perceive as an authority tells them what to do. This bias appears in workplaces all the time. Imagine a meeting where a senior executive suggests an idea. Even if several employees have concerns, they may stay silent because they assume the leader must know more. The room becomes filled with agreement, not because everyone truly agrees, but because nobody wants to challenge authority. Over time, this creates an environment where mistakes survive because honest feedback disappears. The same thing happens in everyday conversations. Someone says, "A famous expert believes this," or "A successful person recommends that," and suddenly the discussion feels finished. The person's reputation becomes the evidence. But the real question should not only be who said it. The real question should be why should we believe it? Good ideas survive because they are supported by evidence, not simply because they come from someone impressive. Marketing companies understand authority bias extremely well. That is why advertisements often use doctors, scientists, athletes, and celebrities. A person wearing a professional uniform or someone with a respected reputation can make a product appear more trustworthy. Your brain naturally transfers the credibility of the person onto the product. Sometimes that credibility is deserved. Sometimes it is simply a carefully designed psychological effect. Social media has created a new form of authority bias. Online followers, popularity, and viral attention can create the appearance of expertise. Someone gains a large audience in one area, and people begin trusting their opinions on completely unrelated topics. A person who is successful in entertainment may suddenly be treated as an expert in finance. A person who is popular in fitness may start giving advice about health beyond their knowledge. Their influence grows because people confuse visibility with expertise. Authority bias can also affect personal relationships. Someone older, more experienced, or more confident may automatically seem more correct during disagreements. You may dismiss your own perspective simply because the other person sounds more certain. But confidence is not the same as accuracy. Some people speak with complete certainty because they have deeply studied a subject. Others speak with certainty because they have never questioned themselves. The most dangerous part of authority bias is that it often feels like respect. Respecting expertise is valuable. Ignoring expertise would be just as harmful as blindly following it. The goal is not to reject authority. The goal is to understand the difference between respecting someone's knowledge and surrendering your own ability to think. A powerful question to ask whenever someone influential makes a claim is this: if this exact information came from someone unknown, would I still believe it? That question removes the emotional power of status and forces you to evaluate the actual idea. It does not mean the authority figure is wrong. It simply means their position should not replace your judgment. Another useful habit is separating a person's expertise from their identity. Someone can be highly knowledgeable in one field and completely uninformed in another. A brilliant engineer may know little about psychology. A successful entrepreneur may not understand relationships. A talented athlete may not understand nutrition. Expertise is specific, not universal. The people who think most clearly are not those who distrust every expert. They are the ones who know how to listen without becoming passive. They respect experience while still asking questions. They appreciate knowledge while still looking for evidence. They understand that wisdom is not measured by how confidently someone speaks or how impressive their title sounds. Authority bias survives because humans naturally search for guidance. It feels easier to trust someone who appears to have the answers than to investigate everything ourselves. But convenience can become a weakness when it removes independent thinking. The smartest people are not the ones who reject authority. They are the ones who know that even the most respected voices must still be tested against reality. True understanding begins when you respect knowledge without giving away your ability to think for yourself. Self-serving bias. Think about the last time something went really well in your life. Maybe you got a promotion, achieved a goal, won a competition, or successfully completed something difficult. Your first instinct was probably to look at your own effort, your discipline, your talent, and your hard work. You deserved it. You earned it. You made the right choices. Now think about the last time something went badly. Maybe you failed, made a mistake, or missed an opportunity. Did you explain it in the same way? Did you immediately say it happened because of your poor decisions and lack of ability? For most people, the answer is no. When things go right, we naturally take credit. When things go wrong, we often look for reasons outside ourselves. That hidden pattern is called the self-serving bias. Self-serving bias is the tendency to protect our own self-image by interpreting success and failure in a way that makes us look better. When we succeed, we usually believe our personal qualities cause the outcome. When we fail, we often blame circumstances, other people, bad timing, or external problems. It is a mental defense system that helps protect confidence, but when it becomes too strong, it prevents honest self-reflection. Imagine a student receiving the highest grade in a class. They might say it happened because they studied hard, understood the material, and prepared better than everyone else. Now imagine the same student failing an exam. Suddenly, the explanation changes. The questions were unfair. The teacher did not explain properly. The timing was bad. Maybe they were distracted that day. Some of those reasons might actually be true, but the important point is that the brain naturally searches for explanations that protect our sense of competence. This bias appears in almost every area of life. In sports, athletes often believe victories happened because of their skill, strategy, and effort. After losing, they may blame the referee, the weather, the equipment, or bad luck. In business, leaders celebrate successful decisions as evidence of their intelligence and leadership. When a project fails, they often point toward market conditions, competitors, or unexpected challenges. The same person can interpret success and failure through completely different lenses. Your brain does this because your identity matters to you. Humans naturally want to see themselves as capable, intelligent, and in control. Admitting that we caused a failure can feel painful because it threatens the way we see ourselves. So the mind creates explanations that reduce discomfort. Instead of saying I made a mistake, it feels easier to say the situation was impossible or someone else caused the problem. A small amount of this bias can actually be helpful. Believing in yourself after failure can keep you motivated. If every setback made you believe you were completely responsible for everything that went wrong, you might stop trying. Confidence helps people recover. The problem begins when protecting your confidence becomes more important than learning from reality. Think about someone who repeatedly struggles in their career but never examines their own actions. Every missed opportunity is blamed on unfair bosses, difficult coworkers, or bad luck. Every problem is someone else's fault. Over time, the person misses the one thing that could actually help them improve. They never discover the patterns in their own behavior because their mind keeps protecting them from uncomfortable truths. The same thing happens in relationships. Imagine two people have the same argument again and again. One person always believes the conflict happens because the other person is too sensitive, too demanding, or impossible to understand. They rarely ask whether their own communication style, reactions, or choices contribute to the problem. When both people use self-serving bias, the relationship becomes a competition over who is right instead of an opportunity to understand what needs to change. Social media makes this bias even stronger because people usually present carefully selected versions of themselves. Online, you see someone's achievements, celebrations, and successes. You rarely see their mistakes, doubts, failed attempts, or difficult moments. This creates a distorted comparison where other people appear naturally successful while you are fully aware of your own struggles. At the same time, it encourages people to share victories publicly while hiding failures, reinforcing the illusion that their success came only from their own greatness. Psychologists have found that people often remember their own actions differently from how others remember them. We naturally focus more on our intentions than our impact. We remember why we did something. Other people usually remember what happened because of what we did. This difference creates many misunderstandings. You may think you were being helpful, while someone else experienced your behavior as careless. Your intention protects your self-image, but the other person's experience reveals another perspective. The challenge is not eliminating self-serving bias completely. That would be unrealistic. Every human being has a natural desire to protect their confidence. The goal is becoming aware of when your mind might be creating a comfortable explanation instead of an accurate one. One powerful question can help expose this bias. If someone else had done exactly what I did, would I judge their actions the same way? This question forces you to step outside your own perspective. It creates distance between your ego and the situation, making it easier to see what is actually happening. Another useful habit is asking for honest feedback from people you trust. Not praise, not reassurance, real feedback. The people who help you grow are often the ones willing to point out things you cannot see yourself. At first, that information may feel uncomfortable, but discomfort is often where improvement begins. The most successful people are not those who never make mistakes. They are the ones who can admit mistakes without feeling like their entire identity is being attacked. They understand that a bad decision does not mean they are a bad person. A failure does not mean they are a failure. It is simply information that can guide their next choice. Self-serving bias survives because your brain wants to protect you from shame and disappointment. It wants to keep your confidence intact, even if that means changing the story slightly. But growth requires a different approach. You have to be willing to celebrate your wins while still examining your weaknesses. You have to accept responsibility without destroying your self-belief. The moment you stop asking only how the world affected your results and start asking how your choices contributed to them, you gain something powerful. You gain control, because you cannot improve what you refuse to see. Real confidence does not come from always believing you were right. It comes from knowing you can face the truth, learn from it, and become better because of it. The bandwagon effect. Imagine walking down a street and seeing a restaurant with a long line of people waiting outside. You have never heard of the place. You do not know whether the food is actually good. You do not know if anyone inside is recommending it for a real reason. But something inside your brain immediately makes a connection. If that many people are choosing it, it must be worth trying. Without realizing it, the crowd itself becomes the evidence. That is the power of the bandwagon effect. Your brain starts believing something is valuable, correct, or trustworthy simply because many other people seem to believe the same thing. The bandwagon effect is the tendency to adopt opinions, behaviors, trends, or choices because they are popular among others. It creates the feeling that if everyone else is doing something, there must be a good reason behind it. Sometimes that instinct helps you make quick decisions. Humans are social creatures, and learning from others has always been useful. But the danger begins when popularity replaces independent thinking. Think about fashion trends. A style appears that nobody cared about a few months earlier. Suddenly celebrities wear it, influencers promote it, and thousands of people start buying it. Soon the trend feels normal. People who would have ignored it before now want it, because everyone else seems to want it. The item did not become valuable because more people liked it. More people liked it because they saw others liking it. This same pattern appears in opinions and beliefs. Imagine a topic being discussed everywhere online. Thousands of people repeat the same viewpoint. After seeing the same message again and again, your brain begins treating repetition as evidence. It feels true because it is familiar. The number of people supporting an idea starts feeling like proof that the idea must be correct. But a large group of people can still be wrong. History has shown many examples of this. Entire societies have accepted ideas that later proved harmful or false because people followed what everyone else believed. The individuals inside those groups were not necessarily unintelligent. Many were simply influenced by the powerful pressure to fit in. When everyone around you appears confident about something, questioning it can feel uncomfortable. Your brain has a strong desire to belong. For thousands of years, being accepted by your group was connected to survival. Being rejected could mean losing protection, resources, and support. Because of this, humans developed a natural tendency to pay attention to what others are doing. Following the crowd often feels safer than standing alone. The problem is that modern decisions are not always about survival. Sometimes following the crowd leads you away from what is actually best for you. Social media has transformed the bandwagon effect into something much more powerful. A post with millions of views feels more important than one with a few hundred views. A product with thousands of reviews appears more trustworthy. An opinion shared by many people seems more believable. Platforms often reward popularity, which makes popular things become even more popular. The result is a cycle where attention creates influence, and influence creates even more attention. This is why trends can spread so quickly online. One person shares something. A few others follow. Then thousands see that others are participating and decide they should join too. Many people are not necessarily interested in the original idea. They are interested in being part of something that appears important. The crowd itself becomes the attraction. The bandwagon effect also influences personal decisions. Imagine choosing a career path because everyone around you says it is the safest option. Maybe your friends are choosing the same field. Maybe your family believes it is the smartest choice. Over time, their opinions become so familiar that you stop asking whether the path actually matches your own interests and abilities. You are no longer choosing based on what you want. You are choosing based on what feels socially approved. The same thing happens with money. During periods of excitement, people often rush into investments because everyone seems to be making money. They see others celebrating success and fear being left behind. The more people join, the stronger the belief becomes that the opportunity is guaranteed. Then when reality changes, many people discover they were not making decisions based on research. They were following the excitement of the crowd. The strange thing about the bandwagon effect is that it often begins with a reasonable assumption. Sometimes the crowd really does know something. Popular restaurants may actually be good. Successful ideas may genuinely deserve attention. Experts may reach agreement, because the evidence supports them. The problem is not listening to others. The problem is assuming that popularity alone proves something is true. One way to protect yourself from this bias is to separate social proof from actual evidence. Ask yourself why people are choosing something. Are they choosing it because it has real value, or because they see everyone else choosing it? Would you still want the same thing if nobody else knew about it? These questions help reveal whether your decision comes from genuine preference or social pressure. Another powerful habit is becoming comfortable being early or different. Many important ideas were unpopular before they became accepted. Every major innovation began with someone believing something that others did not yet understand. If everyone always followed the crowd, progress would stop because new ideas often begin as minority opinions. This does not mean you should reject popular opinions just to be different. Contrarian thinking is not automatically intelligent. Sometimes the crowd is right. The goal is not to oppose the majority. The goal is to understand why the majority believes something and decide whether that reason makes sense. The bandwagon effect survives because belonging feels safe. Agreement feels comfortable. Being part of a group reduces uncertainty and makes decisions easier. But the easiest choice is not always the best choice. The people who think most clearly are not those who ignore everyone else. They are the ones who can listen to the crowd without becoming controlled by it. Popularity can reveal something valuable, but it can also create an illusion. 1,000 people believing something does not automatically make it true. 1,000,000 people following a trend does not automatically make it meaningful. The moment you learn to separate the power of the crowd from the power of evidence, you stop simply following where everyone else is going and start choosing your direction with awareness. Base rate neglect. Imagine hearing about a person who is extremely intelligent, loves technology, spends every weekend building new projects, and dreams of creating the next big invention. Someone asks you what career this person probably has. Many people immediately guess that they are an engineer, a scientist, or a software developer. The description feels convincing. The details create a strong image in your mind. But there is one important piece of information your brain often ignores. How common is each profession in the first place? If there are far more teachers, managers, and other professionals than engineers or scientists, the most likely answer may not be the one that matches the story in your head. This mistake is called base rate neglect. Base rate neglect happens when people focus too much on specific details and ignore general background information that shows what is more likely. Your brain becomes attracted to the interesting story and forgets the statistical reality behind it. The details feel meaningful, so you give them more importance than they actually deserve. This thinking trap appears because humans are naturally drawn to stories. Numbers and probabilities feel cold and abstract, while personal details feel alive. A description of one person, one event, or one situation creates an emotional connection. Your brain wants to solve the story, not calculate the odds. The problem is that stories can sometimes distract you from the bigger picture. Imagine you are walking through a neighborhood and see a person wearing expensive clothes, driving a luxury car, and talking confidently on the phone. You might immediately assume they are wealthy and successful. The evidence feels obvious, but you do not know the full situation. The car could be rented. The clothes could be borrowed. The person could be struggling financially behind the scenes. You created a conclusion from a small amount of information while ignoring the larger possibilities. Base rate neglect affects everyday judgments constantly. When someone hears that a person is extremely organized, detail-oriented, and quiet, they may assume that person is more likely to work in a technical field. When someone hears that another person is outgoing, energetic, and loves meeting people, they may assume they belong in sales or entertainment. These guesses are influenced by the story we create, but they often ignore how many different types of people exist in every profession. One famous example comes from medical testing. Imagine a disease that affects a very small percentage of the population. A test is highly accurate, meaning it correctly identifies most people who have the disease. Someone receives a positive result and immediately assumes they almost certainly have the disease. But the real question is not only how accurate the test is. The real question is how common the disease is among the population being tested. When the base rate is extremely low, even a good test can produce many false positives. Ignoring the starting probability can lead to completely wrong conclusions. This same mistake happens when people evaluate risks. Imagine hearing about a plane accident in the news. The story is emotional. The images are memorable. Suddenly, flying feels more dangerous than before. Your brain focuses on the vivid event and forgets the much larger base rate, showing that commercial air travel is statistically very safe. One dramatic example overwhelms years of broader evidence because your mind gives more attention to what feels important. The media often strengthens base rate neglect. Rare events receive enormous attention because they are surprising. A person winning a huge amount of money, a company becoming successful overnight, or someone experiencing an unusual event becomes a headline. But ordinary outcomes rarely make the news. You constantly see exceptions while the normal patterns remain invisible. Over time, your perception of reality becomes shaped by unusual stories instead of actual probabilities. This bias also influences career decisions. Someone sees a successful entrepreneur who left college and built a massive company. The story is inspiring, but many people make the mistake of focusing only on that individual example. They forget the base rate. For every famous dropout who became successful, there are countless others whose stories never became famous. The lesson is not that leaving school always leads to success or failure. The lesson is that one person's outcome cannot replace the bigger picture. Base rate neglect appears in relationships too. Imagine meeting someone who is charming, confident, and extremely attentive during the first few weeks. It is easy to believe you have found someone extraordinary. Those qualities may be genuine, but your brain can become so focused on the exciting details that it ignores the importance of time and consistent behavior. A few impressive moments do not always tell the full story. Patterns matter more than isolated examples. The reason this bias is difficult to notice is because the specific details often feel more relevant than the statistics. If someone tells you a detailed story, your brain naturally thinks, this information must matter because why else would they mention it? But sometimes the details are designed to capture attention, not provide the most useful information. A powerful way to protect yourself from base rate neglect is to ask one simple question before making a judgment. Compared to what? This question forces your brain to step away from the emotional details and consider the larger context. How common is this outcome? How often does this actually happen? What usually happens in similar situations? Another useful habit is separating possibility from probability. Almost anything is possible. A person can become successful after taking an unusual path. A rare event can happen. A surprising outcome can occur. But the fact that something is possible does not mean it is likely. Good decisions require understanding the difference between those two ideas. This does not mean ignoring personal stories or human experiences. Stories matter. They teach, inspire, and help us understand the world. The mistake is allowing one powerful story to outweigh thousands of quieter examples we never see. Reality is built from patterns, not just memorable moments. Base rate neglect survives because your brain prefers a compelling story over a boring statistic. It wants characters, explanations, and clear answers. But the world does not always work according to the most interesting explanation. Sometimes the truth is hidden in the less exciting information that people ignore. The people who make better decisions are not those who stop listening to stories. They are the ones who remember to look behind the story. They ask what usually happens, how often something occurs, and whether the evidence actually supports the conclusion. Because sometimes the biggest mistake is not believing something impossible. It is ignoring what is most likely because something else simply sounds more interesting. The illusion of control. Imagine you are sitting in front of a slot machine. You press the button, the wheels spin, and the result appears. You know logically that your action has no influence over what happens next. The machine does not care how confidently you press the button. It does not reward careful timing. It does not respond to your strategy. Yet many people still feel a strange sense that they can somehow influence the outcome. Maybe pressing the button in a certain way feels luckier. Maybe waiting a few seconds feels smarter. Maybe believing you have control makes the uncertainty easier to handle. That feeling is the illusion of control. The illusion of control is the tendency to believe we have more influence over events than we actually do. It makes random situations feel predictable and uncertain situations feel manageable. Your brain naturally searches for connections between your actions and outcomes, even when those connections do not really exist. It creates a sense of control because feeling powerless is uncomfortable. This bias exists because humans are built to look for patterns. Throughout history, recognizing connections between actions and results helped people survive. If you touched fire and got burned, your brain learned a valuable lesson. If you searched for food in a certain area and found success, repeating that behavior made sense. The ability to find patterns was useful. The problem is that your brain sometimes finds patterns where there are only coincidences. Think about checking the weather before an important event. You might feel like planning everything perfectly will guarantee success. You choose the best route, prepare carefully, and organize every detail. Preparation absolutely matters, but then something unexpected happens. A delay occurs. Someone changes their mind. A situation outside your control appears. The mistake is not preparing. The mistake is believing preparation gives you complete control over the outcome. This thinking trap appears in gambling more than almost anywhere else. People develop rituals, lucky numbers, or specific strategies because they feel connected to winning. Someone might believe they have better chances because they always choose the same number or follow a personal routine. The reality is that random events remain random. The ritual creates a feeling of control, but the actual influence is often zero. The illusion of control also affects everyday decisions. Imagine someone who believes their success comes entirely from careful planning. They prepare, work hard, and achieve great results. Over time, They may start believing that every outcome is completely under their control. They forget the role of timing, opportunity, other people, and unexpected events. Their confidence grows, but so does their vulnerability, because they become unprepared for situations they cannot manage. This bias can be seen in workplaces as well. A manager may believe that every problem can be solved through better instructions, more meetings, or stricter rules. Sometimes those actions help, but some problems are caused by factors outside anyone's control, such as market changes, economic conditions, or unpredictable human behavior. When leaders believe they can control everything, they often waste energy fighting reality instead of adapting to it. The illusion of control also shapes personal anxiety. Many people try to reduce uncertainty by planning every possible detail of their future. Planning is useful, but the desire for complete certainty can become exhausting. Your brain starts believing that if you worry enough, prepare enough, or think through every possible scenario, you can prevent anything bad from happening. But worry does not create control. Sometimes it only creates the feeling that you are doing something. Social media creates another version of this illusion. People often see carefully edited lives and assume others have mastered every part of their existence. Someone posts career achievements, perfect relationships, and exciting experiences. It creates the impression that successful people simply made better choices and controlled their outcomes. What remains hidden are the random opportunities, helpful connections, unexpected setbacks, and circumstances that also shape their journey. The illusion of control can even affect how people judge others. When someone succeeds, we often assume they must have done everything right. When someone fails, we may assume they made poor choices. This ignores the role of circumstances. Two people can make similar decisions and receive completely different results because life contains uncertainty that no one can fully manage. Psychologists have found that people often feel more confident when they believe they have some control, even if that control is imaginary. This feeling can reduce stress and create motivation. That is why the illusion of control is so powerful. It gives the mind comfort. It tells you that the world is more predictable than it really is. The danger comes when comfort replaces accuracy. The key is learning the difference between influence and control. You can influence your health, but you cannot guarantee perfect health. You can influence your career, but you cannot control every opportunity that appears. You can influence relationships, but you cannot control another person's feelings or choices. Understanding this difference does not make you powerless. It makes you smarter about where to place your energy. A useful question to ask yourself is this: what part of this situation is actually in my control? That question brings your attention back to reality. Instead of wasting energy trying to control everything, you focus on the actions that truly matter. You prepare where preparation helps. You adapt where uncertainty exists. You accept what cannot be changed. The strongest people are not those who believe they control everything. They are the ones who understand what they can influence and what they cannot. They take responsibility for their choices without pretending they control every result. They recognize that effort matters, but so do circumstances. The illusion of control survives because uncertainty feels frightening. Your brain would rather believe you have a grip on life than admit that some things are unpredictable. But real confidence does not come from believing everything is controllable. It comes from trusting yourself to respond when things are not. Life will always contain randomness, surprises, and events beyond your influence. The goal is not to eliminate uncertainty. The goal is to become the kind of person who can handle it. Because true control is not about controlling everything that happens. It is about controlling how wisely you respond to whatever happens next. Fundamental attribution error. Imagine you are driving to work when another car suddenly cuts in front of you without warning. Your first thought is probably something like, "What an irresponsible person," or "They must be a terrible driver." You immediately judge their character based on one moment. Now imagine a week later you accidentally do the same thing because you are rushing to the hospital after receiving an emergency call. This time your explanation is completely different. You do not think you are a careless person. You believe the situation forced you into that decision. The exact same behavior receives two completely different explanations. That is the fundamental attribution error. This thinking trap is one of the most common mistakes your brain makes. When other people do something wrong, you tend to blame their personality, attitude, or character. When you make the same mistake, you usually blame the circumstances around you. Somehow your actions feel understandable while theirs feel revealing. You believe their behavior shows who they are, while your behavior reflects what happened to you. Your brain does this because you can see your own situation clearly. You know your intentions, your stress, your fears, and everything that led to your decision. But when you look at someone else, you cannot see any of that. All you see is the final action. Since the hidden context is invisible, your mind fills in the gap by assuming the person's character must explain what happened. Think about someone arriving late to a meeting. If it is a coworker, you may immediately think they are lazy, disorganized, or disrespectful. But if you are the one arriving late because traffic was terrible or an unexpected problem delayed you, you expect everyone to understand. In your mind, your lateness was caused by circumstances. Theirs was caused by who they are. This bias quietly damages relationships because it encourages quick judgments instead of curiosity. Imagine your friend forgets to return an important call. You may think they do not care about you anymore. In reality, they could be overwhelmed, dealing with family problems, or simply exhausted. Their silence may have nothing to do with your relationship, but your brain naturally connects their behavior to their personality instead of their situation. Psychologists have spent decades studying this tendency because it appears almost everywhere. People consistently explain other people's actions by focusing on internal qualities, while explaining their own actions through external circumstances. It happens so automatically that most of us never realize we are doing it. The workplace is filled with examples of this bias. Imagine a colleague misses an important deadline. It is easy to conclude they are unreliable or unmotivated. But if you miss the same deadline because multiple unexpected tasks appeared at once, you expect others to understand the pressure you were under. Everyone sees their own invisible struggles. Very few people see yours. Social media makes this thinking trap even stronger. You often see only a few seconds of someone's behavior without knowing anything about their life. A short video, one comment, or one mistake becomes enough for thousands of people to decide what kind of person they are. Context disappears. Complex human beings become simple labels. Your brain loves quick conclusions because they require less effort than understanding the full story. This bias also affects the way we judge strangers. Imagine someone working in a store seems unfriendly. You may assume they are rude or unpleasant. What you do not see is that they may have been standing for 10 hours, dealing with difficult customers all day, or worrying about a family member at home. Their behavior may have far more to do with their circumstances than their personality. One of the most dangerous parts of the fundamental attribution error is that it creates unnecessary conflict. The more you assume other people's mistakes reveal their character, the less likely you are to show empathy. Small misunderstandings become personal attacks. Simple accidents become evidence that someone is a bad person. Over time, these assumptions quietly damage trust. The opposite mistake happens when judging ourselves. Because we understand our own circumstances so well, we sometimes excuse behavior that we would never accept from someone else. We tell ourselves we were tired, stressed, or distracted. Those explanations may be completely valid, but they remind us of something important. Other people have hidden circumstances too. A simple way to challenge this bias is to ask yourself one question before judging someone. What might I not know about this situation? That single question creates space for empathy. It reminds you that every person is carrying experiences, pressures, and struggles that are invisible from the outside. Another useful habit is imagining yourself in the exact same situation. If you had experienced everything that person experienced today, would you still behave differently? Sometimes the answer will be yes. Sometimes it will surprise you. Either way, the question slows down your judgment and replaces certainty with understanding. This does not mean every action should be excused. People are still responsible for their choices. Some behaviors genuinely reflect character. The goal is not to ignore accountability. The goal is to recognize that behavior is usually shaped by both personality and circumstances. Focusing on only one side creates an incomplete picture. The people who build the strongest relationships are rarely the ones who judge the fastest. They are the ones who stay curious long enough to understand what happened before deciding who someone is. They know that one moment rarely tells the whole story of a person's character. The fundamental attribution error survives because your brain sees your own life from the inside and everyone else's from the outside. That difference creates an illusion that your mistakes are understandable while theirs are personal. But real wisdom begins when you remember that every person is fighting battles you cannot see, carrying pressures you do not know about, and making decisions with information you may never have. The moment you replace quick judgment with genuine curiosity, you begin seeing people not as simple labels but as complex human beings, just like yourself. The mere exposure effect. Imagine hearing a song for the very first time. At first it feels ordinary. Maybe you even skip it because it does not immediately catch your attention. Then, over the next few weeks, you keep hearing it everywhere. It plays in stores, appears on social media, shows up in videos, and your friends start talking about it. Without realizing it, something changes. The song suddenly sounds better. You begin humming the melody. Eventually, it becomes one of your favorites. Did the song actually improve? No. The only thing that changed was how many times you were exposed to it. That simple repetition quietly reshaped your opinion. This is called the mere exposure effect. The mere exposure effect is the tendency to like something more simply because you have encountered it repeatedly. It does not require deep understanding or convincing arguments. Familiarity alone is often enough to increase your comfort and preference. Your brain naturally treats familiar things as safer, friendlier, and more trustworthy than unfamiliar ones. This made sense throughout human history. Early humans constantly faced unknown dangers. Familiar places, familiar faces, and familiar sounds were usually less threatening than unfamiliar ones. Over time, the brain developed a shortcut. If something keeps appearing and nothing bad happens, it probably is not dangerous. That ancient survival mechanism still influences your decisions today, even in situations where safety has nothing to do with the choice. Think about meeting a new coworker. During the first conversation, they might seem quiet or unremarkable. But after seeing them every day, exchanging small conversations, and working together for a few months, you begin feeling more comfortable around them. They seem friendlier, more trustworthy, and easier to talk to. Their personality may not have changed much at all. Your familiarity with them did. This happens with brands as well. Imagine walking through a supermarket. You notice two products that are almost identical. One has a name you have seen in advertisements for months. The other is completely unfamiliar. Even if you know nothing about either product, you often feel drawn toward the familiar one. Your brain quietly mistakes repeated exposure for reliability. Psychologists discovered this effect through fascinating experiments. Participants were shown random words, symbols, and even unfamiliar faces multiple times. Later, when asked which ones they preferred, they consistently chose the ones they had seen more often. They could not always explain why. They simply felt those options were more appealing. Repetition alone had changed their preferences. Social media takes advantage of this bias every single day. The more often you see a creator, an idea, or a product, the more familiar it becomes. Even if you were not interested at first, repeated exposure slowly lowers your resistance. That is one reason trends spread so quickly. It is not always because they are better. Sometimes they simply become more familiar than everything else competing for your attention. The mere exposure effect also shapes friendships and relationships. The people you see regularly often become the people you feel closest to. That is why classmates, coworkers, neighbors, and teammates frequently develop strong bonds over time. Shared experiences matter, but simple familiarity plays a surprisingly large role. Spending time around someone gives your brain repeated opportunities to associate them with safety and comfort. This thinking trap also influences your opinions. Imagine hearing the same idea repeated over and over from different sources. Even if you were skeptical at first, constant repetition begins making the idea feel more believable. Your brain starts confusing familiarity with truth. Something does not become accurate because you hear it often, but repeated exposure can make it feel that way. Advertising relies heavily on this principle. Companies know you probably will not buy a product the first time you see it. Instead, they focus on making sure you see it again and again. Every advertisement, every logo, and every slogan builds familiarity. Eventually, when you need that type of product, the familiar name feels like the safest choice. You may think you made the decision independently, but your brain has been quietly influenced for weeks or even months. The mere exposure effect also affects how you see yourself. If you constantly repeat negative thoughts such as "I am not good enough" or "I always fail," those ideas become familiar. Over time, familiarity can make them feel true, even when they are not. The same works in the opposite direction. Repeating healthier beliefs and surrounding yourself with encouraging messages can gradually reshape how you think about yourself because your brain grows comfortable with what it hears repeatedly. One of the most interesting parts of this bias is that it usually works best when the repeated exposure is subtle. If something is forced on you too aggressively, your brain often pushes back. But gentle, repeated encounters slowly build familiarity without triggering resistance. That is why many influences in your life happen so quietly that you never notice them. A simple way to protect yourself is to pause before assuming you genuinely like something. Ask yourself whether you actually value it or whether it simply feels familiar because you have seen it so many times. That question creates distance between your automatic preference and your conscious judgment. It is also worth paying attention to what you expose yourself to every day. The books you read, the people you spend time with, the content you watch, and the conversations you have all shape what becomes familiar. Over time, familiarity influences not only what you like, but also how you think, what you believe, and even who you become. This does not mean familiarity is bad. Many of the best relationships, habits, and skills grow stronger through repeated exposure. The key is choosing carefully what you allow your mind to become familiar with instead of letting repetition happen by accident. The mere exposure effect survives because your brain is designed to trust what feels familiar. It quietly whispers that what you have seen before must somehow be better than what is new. But familiarity is not the same as quality, and repetition is not the same as truth. The people who think most clearly are the ones who recognize when comfort comes from genuine value and when it comes simply from seeing the same thing over and over again. Once you understand that difference, you stop confusing familiarity with wisdom and start choosing based on what truly deserves your attention. The planning fallacy. Picture this. It is Sunday evening, and you look at the week ahead with complete confidence. You tell yourself you will finish every task on time, wake up early every day, go to the gym, eat healthier, reply to every message, and finally complete that project you have been delaying for months. In your mind, the schedule looks perfect. Everything fits neatly into place. Then the week actually begins. Unexpected calls interrupt your plans. Meetings run longer than expected. You lose motivation one day, get distracted the next, and before you know it, half the things you confidently planned are still unfinished. You wonder what went wrong. The answer is not that you are lazy. It is that your brain quietly fell into one of its favorite thinking traps, the planning fallacy. The planning fallacy is the tendency to underestimate how much time, effort, and difficulty a task will actually require. Your brain naturally imagines the best possible version of the future instead of the most realistic one. It assumes everything will go smoothly, interruptions will be minimal, and your future self will be far more productive than your present self has ever been. This bias affects almost everyone. Students believe they can write an entire assignment the night before it is due. Homeowners think a weekend renovation will be finished by Sunday evening. Businesses predict projects will be completed in a few months, only to spend years trying to finish them. Even people with years of experience continue making the same mistake, because the brain keeps believing this time will be different. The strange part is that your own history rarely changes your expectations. Imagine you have been late finishing your last 5 projects. Logically, you should expect the next one to take longer too, but instead, your brain starts fresh every time. It imagines an ideal future where you stay focused, never get interrupted, and perform at your absolute best from beginning to end. The past quietly disappears while optimism takes over. Psychologists discovered that people often ignore their previous experiences when making plans. Instead of asking how long similar tasks actually took before, they focus almost entirely on how they imagine the current task will unfold. This inside view makes them concentrate on the details of the present project while forgetting the countless unexpected problems that usually appear along the way. Think about moving into a new home. You estimate it will take 1 day to pack everything because that seems reasonable. You picture yourself working efficiently from morning until evening. What you forget are the small delays that always appear. You spend extra time deciding what to keep. You cannot find important items. Traffic slows you down. Friends arrive later than expected. None of these events are unusual, yet your brain acts as though they will not happen this time. The planning fallacy also shapes personal goals. Every new year, millions of people create ambitious plans for changing their lives. They imagine themselves exercising every day, reading more books, saving money, and learning new skills. The enthusiasm is real, but the plans often ignore reality. They leave no space for busy weeks, low motivation, illness, family responsibilities, or simple exhaustion. When those completely normal obstacles appear, the plan collapses because it was built for a perfect future that never existed. Social media quietly strengthens this bias. You constantly see finished results. Someone uploads a completed business, a transformed body, or a beautifully renovated home. What you rarely see are the months of setbacks, delays, mistakes, and repeated failures behind those achievements. Your brain compares your messy process with someone else's polished ending, making difficult goals appear much faster and easier than they really are. This thinking trap also creates unnecessary stress. When you underestimate how long something will take, you leave yourself with impossible deadlines. As time runs out, pressure increases, mistakes become more likely, and frustration replaces confidence. You start believing you lack discipline, when the real problem is that your original estimate was unrealistic from the beginning. One reason the planning fallacy survives is because imagining a successful future feels motivating. If you fully pictured every obstacle ahead, you might never begin. Optimism gives you the courage to start, but when optimism completely replaces realism, it becomes a problem. The goal is not to expect failure. The goal is to expect reality. One of the simplest ways to overcome this bias is to stop asking how long you think something will take. Instead, ask how long similar tasks actually took in the past. Your history is often a far better predictor than your imagination. If writing a report usually takes you a week, there is little reason to believe this one will somehow take only 2 days. Another useful habit is adding extra time to every important plan. Not because you expect disaster, but because life is naturally unpredictable. Unexpected events are not rare exceptions. They are part of normal life. Building room for them does not make you pessimistic. It makes your plans stronger. It also helps to break large goals into smaller steps with realistic deadlines. A project that feels overwhelming becomes easier to manage when you focus on one stage at a time. Small victories keep you moving forward while giving you a clearer picture of how much work remains. The people who consistently achieve difficult goals are not necessarily faster or more talented than everyone else. They simply understand that progress almost always takes longer than it first appears. They respect the hidden work that every meaningful achievement requires. They plan for obstacles instead of pretending obstacles will never come. The planning fallacy survives because your brain loves imagining an ideal future where everything unfolds perfectly. It fills tomorrow with energy, focus, and endless productivity while quietly forgetting that tomorrow will still be lived by the same imperfect human being you are today. Real success does not come from creating perfect plans. It comes from creating honest ones. The moment you stop planning for an imaginary version of yourself and start planning for the real person you already are, your goals become far more achievable. Your stress begins to shrink, and your progress becomes something you can actually sustain. Outcome bias. Imagine two people make exactly the same decision. They both invest their savings into a new business with very little research. One of them gets lucky. The business becomes a huge success, and everyone praises their courage and intelligence. The other loses everything because the market changes unexpectedly. People call them careless and irresponsible. But here is the question almost nobody asks. Were the decisions actually different, or were the outcomes different? Most people judge the result instead of the quality of the decision. That is the hidden trap called outcome bias. Outcome bias is the tendency to evaluate a decision based mainly on what happened afterward, instead of judging whether the decision itself was reasonable at the time it was made. Your brain naturally assumes that a good result must have come from a good decision, and a bad result must have come from a bad decision. Real life is not that simple. Sometimes excellent decisions lead to disappointing outcomes, and sometimes terrible decisions are rewarded by pure luck. Think about a student who decides not to study for an important exam because they believe they already know enough. By chance, the exam contains questions they happen to remember, and they earn a high score. Everyone congratulates them, and they start believing their strategy worked perfectly. But was it actually a smart decision? Not really. They simply received a lucky outcome. If the questions had been slightly different, the result could have been completely opposite. Now imagine another student who studies consistently for weeks, prepares carefully, and understands the material. On the day of the exam, they become sick, struggle to concentrate, and perform poorly. Looking only at the final grade makes it seem like they made the wrong choices, even though their preparation was thoughtful and responsible. The outcome tells only part of the story. Your brain prefers judging results because they are easy to see. The decision-making process is invisible. You cannot easily measure uncertainty, incomplete information, or unexpected events. All you notice is the ending, so your mind assumes the ending reveals everything about the decision. It creates a comforting illusion that success and failure are always earned in obvious ways. Psychologists have found that once people know the outcome of a situation, they often change the way they evaluate the decision that led to it. If the ending is positive, they rate the decision as wiser than they originally would have. If the ending is negative, they judge the exact same decision much more harshly. The result quietly changes how the brain remembers the entire process. This bias appears in business every day. A company launches a risky product without proper research, and by chance it becomes incredibly popular. Leaders may believe their strategy was brilliant, even though they ignored important warning signs. Another company carefully studies the market, develops a thoughtful plan, and still struggles because unexpected economic changes occur. Looking only at profits hides the quality of the decisions that were actually made. Sports provide another perfect example. A coach makes a risky tactical decision during an important game. If the team wins, everyone celebrates the coach as a genius. If the team loses, people call the exact same decision foolish. Yet before the game began, Nobody knew how events would unfold. The decision should be judged by the information available at that moment, not by knowledge that only existed afterward. Outcome bias also affects relationships. Imagine someone chooses to trust a friend after hearing an apology. If the friendship improves, people say it was the right decision. If the friend breaks that trust again, everyone says they should have known better. But at the moment the decision was made, both outcomes were possible. Judging yourself only by what happened afterward ignores the uncertainty you faced at the time. Social media strengthens this bias because people mostly share successful endings. You see entrepreneurs who became wealthy, creators who went viral, and athletes who reached the top. Looking backward, every choice they made suddenly appears brilliant because you already know the ending. What remains invisible are the thousands of people who followed similar paths but experienced different outcomes. Success makes every earlier decision seem smarter than it may actually have been. One of the biggest dangers of outcome bias is that it teaches the wrong lessons. If you receive a good result after making a poor decision, you may repeat the same mistake because you believe it works. If you receive a bad result after making a thoughtful decision, you may abandon a strategy that was actually strong. Over time, luck begins shaping your habits instead of wisdom. A better question to ask after any important decision is not "Did it work?" Instead ask, "Did I make the best decision with the information I had at the time?" That question shifts your attention away from luck and back toward the quality of your thinking. It reminds you that no one can predict the future with complete certainty. Another helpful habit is separating process from outcome. A good process increases your chances of success, but it never guarantees it. A poor process increases your chances of failure, but it does not guarantee that either. Life contains uncertainty that no amount of intelligence can completely eliminate. The people who improve the fastest are not those who celebrate every success or punish themselves for every failure. They examine how they made their decisions. They ask whether they gathered enough information, considered different possibilities, and acted thoughtfully. If the process was strong, they continue refining it even after disappointing results. If the process was weak, they improve it even after lucky victories. Outcome bias survives because endings are emotionally powerful. Your brain wants simple stories where success proves intelligence and failure proves mistakes. But reality is far more complicated. Every decision is made in the present while the outcome exists in the future. Between those two moments lies uncertainty, chance, and countless factors beyond your control. The wisest people understand that they cannot control every result, but they can control the quality of their decisions. They judge themselves by the care they put into their thinking rather than by the luck that followed. Because in the long run, consistently making good decisions matters far more than occasionally getting lucky. When you stop worshiping outcomes and start respecting the process, you begin building a life that succeeds not by accident, but by intention. The gambler's fallacy: flip a coin 5 times and imagine it lands on heads every single time. Now someone hands you the coin and asks what will happen on the next flip. Most people instinctively say tails. It feels like tails is overdue, as if the coin somehow needs to balance itself. But the coin has no memory. It does not know what happened 5 seconds ago. It does not care about the previous flips. The chance of getting heads or tails on the next flip is exactly the same as it was on the very first one. Yet your brain struggles to accept that. It naturally believes that past random events somehow influence future random events. That is the gambler's fallacy. The gambler's fallacy is the tendency to believe that if something has happened repeatedly, the opposite outcome becomes more likely, even when each event is completely independent. Your brain desperately wants patterns, balance, and fairness. It assumes that reality should correct itself. But many events in life simply do not work that way. Think about someone standing in a casino watching a roulette wheel. The ball lands on black 7 times in a row. A crowd begins gathering around the table. People start whispering that red has to come next. More and more money is placed on red because everyone feels the streak cannot continue forever. Then the wheel spins again and lands on black once more. The crowd is shocked, not because the result was impossible, but because their brains believed the previous outcomes had somehow changed the odds. This bias exists because humans are excellent at finding patterns. Throughout history, recognizing patterns helped people survive. If certain clouds appeared before heavy rain or certain animal tracks led to food, noticing those connections was valuable. The problem is that your brain often searches for patterns even in situations where none actually exist. Randomness feels uncomfortable, so your mind quietly invents order where there is only chance. The gambler's fallacy appears far beyond casinos. Imagine someone applying for jobs and receiving several rejections in a row. They begin telling themselves that an acceptance must be coming soon because they have already had enough bad luck. While staying hopeful is important, each new application is judged on its own. Previous rejections do not automatically increase the chances of the next one succeeding. The same mistake happens in sports. A basketball player misses several shots in a row, and fans begin saying they are due for a successful shot. Another player scores repeatedly, and people assume they must finally miss because the streak has gone on long enough. In reality, each shot depends on skill, positioning, defense, and many other factors. The previous attempts do not magically force the next result to change. Your brain also falls into this trap when thinking about everyday life. Imagine having several difficult weeks in a row. You begin believing that good times must be just around the corner because life should balance itself. While life often contains ups and downs, there is no invisible force guaranteeing that tomorrow will compensate for yesterday. Hope is healthy, but believing random events owe you a different outcome can lead to unrealistic expectations. Psychologists have found that people often expect short sequences of random events to look more balanced than they actually do. True randomness frequently produces long streaks that feel impossible, even though they are completely normal. Your brain expects randomness to alternate neatly between different outcomes, but reality has no obligation to satisfy that expectation. Social media creates another version of this bias. Someone posts several videos that receive very few views. They become convinced the next one has to go viral because they have already had enough failures. Another creator experiences a series of successful posts and assumes the next one must perform poorly because the streak cannot continue forever. Neither belief reflects reality. Every new piece of content faces its own unique audience, timing, and circumstances. The gambler's fallacy can also influence investing. After watching a stock fall for many days, people often believe it is automatically due for a rebound. Others see a stock rising steadily and assume it must crash soon simply because it has already gone up too much. While markets do move in cycles, prices are influenced by countless factors. not by an invisible rule that says every streak must immediately reverse. One reason this bias feels so convincing is because your brain confuses probability with fairness. Deep down, you expect life to distribute good and bad outcomes evenly over short periods. But probability does not care about what feels fair. Random events can create long winning streaks, long losing streaks, and surprising patterns that seem impossible even though they are perfectly normal. A simple way to challenge this thinking trap is to ask yourself whether the previous event actually changes the mechanics of the next one. If the events are independent, like flipping a coin or spinning a roulette wheel, the answer is no. The past may influence your emotions, but it does not influence the probability. Another useful habit is separating hope from expectation. You can hope the next opportunity goes well without believing previous disappointments somehow guarantee it. Likewise, you can enjoy a successful streak without assuming failure is automatically waiting around the corner. Every new situation deserves to be judged on its own evidence, instead of the emotional weight of what came before. The gambler's fallacy survives because your brain wants the world to feel balanced and predictable. It searches for invisible rules that make randomness seem understandable. But real life does not always follow neat patterns. Sometimes streaks continue much longer than expected. Sometimes they end without warning. The past is not secretly controlling the future. The people who make the clearest decisions are the ones who understand that every new opportunity begins on its own terms. They do not let yesterday's luck decide today's judgment. They evaluate each situation based on the evidence that actually exists instead of the patterns their minds desperately want to see. Because wisdom begins the moment you stop believing that chance keeps score and start recognizing that every new moment deserves to be understood for what it truly is, not for what came before it. Status quo bias. Imagine you have been using the same phone for years. It freezes, the battery barely lasts a few hours, and almost every day you complain about how frustrating it has become. Then someone suggests buying a new one. Instead of feeling excited, your first reaction is hesitation. You tell yourself this one still works. Maybe I will replace it later. Deep down, you know changing would probably improve your life, but staying with what is familiar somehow feels easier. The phone is not the real reason. Your brain simply prefers the current situation over the uncertainty of something new. That invisible pull is called status quo bias. Status quo bias is the tendency to prefer things as they already are, even when change would likely produce a better outcome. Your brain naturally treats the current situation as the safest option. It quietly assumes that keeping things the same carries less risk than making a change, even when the evidence suggests otherwise. This made sense throughout human history. For our ancestors, unfamiliar places, unknown people, and new situations often carried real danger. Familiar routines increased the chances of survival. Your brain still carries that ancient wiring today. It often reacts to change as though it is a threat, even when the change is something as simple as trying a new habit, accepting a better opportunity, or letting go of something that no longer serves you. Think about a job you no longer enjoy. Every morning feels exhausting. The work no longer challenges you, and you dream about doing something different. Yet months turn into years because leaving feels frightening. You know what your current job looks like. You do not know what the next one will be. Even if the future could be much better, uncertainty makes the present feel strangely comfortable. The same thing happens in relationships. Sometimes people remain in relationships that no longer bring happiness simply because the familiar feels less intimidating than starting over. The relationship may no longer help either person grow, but the fear of the unknown becomes stronger than the discomfort of staying. Your brain quietly tells you that what you already have is safer than what you cannot yet see. Psychologists have found that people often stick with default choices simply because changing requires effort. Whether it is retirement plans, subscriptions, or everyday decisions, many people continue with the original option without asking whether it is still the best one. The default begins feeling correct simply because it already exists. Status quo bias also shapes the way businesses operate. A company may continue using outdated systems because changing feels complicated. Employees become familiar with the current process, even if it wastes time every single day. Leaders delay improvements not because the old method is better, but because introducing something new creates temporary discomfort. Familiar inefficiency often wins against unfamiliar progress. Social media strengthens this bias in subtle ways. Algorithms keep showing you content similar to what you already watch. The music you hear, the opinions you encounter, and even the creators you follow become increasingly familiar. Over time, your world grows smaller because your brain begins preferring what it already recognizes. New ideas feel uncomfortable, not necessarily because they are wrong, but because they are unfamiliar. This thinking trap also affects personal growth. Imagine someone who has always believed they are not good at public speaking. Years pass, and they avoid every opportunity to practice. Eventually, that belief becomes part of their identity. Trying something different feels uncomfortable because it challenges the version of themselves they have accepted for years. Staying the same becomes easier than discovering they might actually be capable of more. One reason status quo bias is so powerful is because your brain naturally focuses more on the possible losses of change than the possible gains. If you switch careers, you imagine what you might lose. If you move to a new city, you think about what you will leave behind. If you start a new habit, you notice the effort it requires today rather than the benefits it could bring tomorrow. The costs of change feel immediate, while the rewards often feel distant. This does not mean every change is good. Some routines deserve to stay because they genuinely improve your life. The mistake is assuming that staying the same is automatically the safer or smarter option. Sometimes the greatest risk is remaining exactly where you are while the world around you keeps moving forward. A simple way to challenge this bias is to ask yourself one honest question. If I were making this decision for the first time today, would I choose the same option? That question removes the emotional advantage of familiarity. It forces your brain to evaluate the situation based on its actual value instead of its history. Another helpful habit is becoming comfortable with small changes. You do not have to transform your entire life overnight. Read one new book outside your usual interests. Learn one new skill. Take a different route to work. Have a conversation with someone who sees the world differently. Small changes teach your brain that unfamiliar does not automatically mean dangerous. The people who grow the most are not those who constantly chase change for its own sake. They are the ones who regularly examine whether their current habits, beliefs, and routines still match the life they want to build. They understand that comfort is not always a sign they are in the right place. Sometimes comfort simply means they have stayed there for a long time. Status quo bias survives because familiarity feels safe. Your brain quietly whispers that the life you already know is less risky than the life you have not yet experienced. But every meaningful improvement in your life once began as something unfamiliar. Every skill you now have was once uncomfortable. Every important relationship was once a stranger. Every success began with a decision to leave the known behind. The people who create extraordinary lives are not fearless. They simply refuse to let familiarity become the only reason they stay where they are. They understand that the future cannot become different while every choice remains the same. The moment you stop asking whether change feels comfortable and start asking whether it moves you closer to the life you truly want, you take back control from one of the quietest thinking traps your brain has ever learned. Reactance. Have you ever noticed that the moment someone tells you that you cannot do something, you suddenly want to do it even more? Maybe you were not even interested until someone tried to stop you. A video is labeled forbidden, and now you desperately want to watch it. A parent tells a teenager not to date someone, and that person suddenly becomes even more attractive. A company says this offer ends tonight, and people rush to buy something they never planned to purchase. The restriction itself creates desire. That strange reaction is called reactance, and it quietly influences far more of your decisions than you probably realize. Reactance is the psychological tendency to resist when we feel our freedom or ability to choose is being threatened. The moment your brain senses that someone is trying to control your behavior, it pushes back. Sometimes that resistance is healthy because it protects your independence. But other times it causes you to make decisions that have nothing to do with what is actually good for you. You stop choosing based on what you truly want and start choosing simply because someone tried to limit your options. This response is deeply rooted in human nature. People value the feeling of being in control of their own lives. When that sense of control is challenged, the brain reacts almost automatically. It is less about the specific choice and more about defending the freedom to make that choice yourself. Think about a child playing with several toys. Most of them sit untouched on the floor. The moment another child picks up one particular toy, it suddenly becomes the only toy they want. Nothing about the toy changed. What changed was the feeling that access to it might disappear. The possibility of losing the choice made the object seem more valuable. Adults are not much different. Imagine walking into a store and seeing a sign that says only a few items remain. Even if you had no intention of buying the product before, your interest immediately increases. Your brain begins worrying that the opportunity might vanish. The limited availability creates emotional urgency that often has nothing to do with the actual usefulness of the item. Marketers understand reactance extremely well. That is why advertisements often use phrases like limited time, exclusive access, or available only today. These messages create the feeling that your freedom to choose later is about to disappear. Instead of carefully considering whether you need the product, you become focused on protecting your ability to have it. Reactance also shapes relationships. Imagine someone constantly telling their partner what they should wear, who they should spend time with, or how they should behave. Even if some of the advice is reasonable, the controlling tone often produces the opposite result. The more pressure people feel, the stronger their desire becomes to reclaim their independence. Parents experience this challenge all the time. A teenager may have no interest in staying out late until they hear they are not allowed to. The rule itself creates resistance. This does not mean boundaries are wrong. It simply shows that the way restrictions are communicated often matters just as much as the restriction itself. Social media has become another place where reactance thrives. When platforms remove content, ban certain discussions, or heavily promote specific viewpoints, some people become even more determined to seek out the restricted information. They may not even agree with it. Their motivation comes from resisting what feels like an attempt to control what they can see or think. This bias also affects personal habits. Imagine deciding that you can never eat your favorite dessert again. Suddenly, you think about it constantly. The restriction makes the craving stronger because your brain focuses on the loss of freedom rather than the actual food. Ironically, the stricter the rule becomes, the more tempting breaking it often feels. Psychologists have found that people are much more likely to resist when they believe their choices are being unfairly limited. Even subtle attempts to pressure someone can trigger reactance. That is why advice often works better when it is offered instead of forced. People want to feel they are making their own decisions, not simply following orders. One of the most interesting parts of reactance is that it can make you defend ideas you did not even care about before. If someone aggressively attacks a belief or tells you what you must think, your brain may begin protecting the opposite position simply because it feels like your freedom is under attack. The discussion stops being about finding the truth and becomes about defending your independence. A powerful way to recognize this bias is to ask yourself one simple question. Am I choosing this because I truly want it, or because someone told me I could not have it? That question helps separate genuine desire from emotional resistance. Sometimes you will discover that your decision has very little to do with the actual choice and almost everything to do with protecting your sense of freedom. Another useful habit is becoming aware of emotional urgency. Whenever you feel a sudden need to prove someone wrong, break a rule, or act immediately because an option seems restricted, pause for a moment. Give yourself enough time to decide whether the action still makes sense once the emotional reaction fades. This does not mean you should always obey authority or never challenge restrictions. Some rules deserve to be questioned. Some limitations are unfair. Independent thinking is important. The goal is making sure your decisions come from thoughtful judgment instead of automatic rebellion. Reactance survives because freedom is deeply connected to how people see themselves. Your brain wants to believe that your choices belong to you alone. But when that instinct operates without awareness, it can become just another invisible force controlling your behavior. The people who make the wisest decisions are not those who blindly follow every rule, nor are they the ones who automatically reject every restriction. They are the ones who pause long enough to understand why they are reacting in the first place. Because real freedom is not doing the opposite of what someone tells you. Real freedom is making choices that genuinely reflect your own values, even when nobody is trying to influence them. That is the difference between reacting to the world and truly thinking for yourself. The curse of knowledge. Think back to the first time you learned how to ride a bicycle. At the beginning, every movement felt confusing. Balancing, steering, and pedaling all at the same time seemed almost impossible. But after enough practice, it became automatic. Now imagine trying to teach a child who has never touched a bicycle before. You might catch yourself saying something like, "Just balance and keep pedaling." To you, it sounds simple. To them, it makes almost no sense. You have forgotten what it felt like not to know. That invisible gap is called the curse of knowledge. The curse of knowledge is the tendency to assume that other people know what you know. Once your brain understands something, it becomes incredibly difficult to imagine what it feels like to be a complete beginner. Information that once seemed confusing now feels obvious, and without realizing it, you begin expecting everyone else to see the world the same way. This happens because your brain cannot easily erase knowledge it already has. Once a concept becomes familiar, it quietly rewrites your memory. You stop remembering how long it took to understand it. You forget the questions you once had. The learning process disappears, leaving only the final understanding. As a result, you unintentionally overestimate what other people already know. Think about someone who has worked with computers for years. They might explain a problem using technical words that feel completely normal to them. They genuinely believe they are being clear. Meanwhile, the person listening feels lost after the first sentence. Neither person is trying to create confusion. The expert simply cannot see the invisible gap between their knowledge and the other person's experience. Psychologists discovered this bias through fascinating experiments. In one study, participants were asked to tap the rhythm of a well-known song while another person tried to guess what song it was. The person tapping believed the listener would recognize it easily because the melody was playing clearly in their own mind. In reality, almost nobody guessed correctly. The tapper could hear the entire song internally, but the listener heard only random knocks. Knowledge created an illusion that communication was much clearer than it actually was. This thinking trap appears in classrooms every day. A teacher who has explained the same topic hundreds of times may feel that the lesson is perfectly clear, but students encountering the subject for the first time may struggle to follow along. The teacher sees the complete picture, while the students see only disconnected pieces. Unless the teacher remembers what it felt like to be a beginner, important steps are often skipped without even realizing it. The curse of knowledge also affects workplaces. Imagine a manager introducing a new system to employees. Since the manager has spent months working with it, every feature feels obvious. They explain it quickly and expect everyone to understand. Employees leave the meeting confused, not because they lack intelligence, but because they do not share the same background knowledge. The manager unknowingly assumed that everyone started from the same point. Social media makes this bias even stronger. Experts often create content filled with specialized language because they are speaking from years of experience. Beginners watch the same content and feel overwhelmed. Instead of asking questions, many people assume they simply are not smart enough. In reality, the explanation was built for someone who already understood most of the subject. The curse of knowledge also influences relationships. Imagine trying to explain why you are upset with someone. In your mind, the reasons feel completely obvious because you have been thinking about them for days. You assume the other person should already understand your perspective. When they seem confused, you become frustrated. But they cannot read your thoughts. They only know what you actually communicate, not everything your mind has been silently processing. This bias creates problems in leadership as well. Great leaders are not simply the people who know the most. They are the ones who remember what it feels like not to know. They explain ideas step by step instead of assuming everyone can instantly connect the dots. They understand that clarity requires empathy, not just expertise. One reason this bias is so difficult to notice is because your brain mistakes familiarity for simplicity. The more often you do something, the easier it feels. Over time, your own skill hides the complexity that beginners still face. What now takes you 5 minutes may have taken months to learn, but your memory quietly erases that struggle. A simple way to challenge this thinking trap is to ask yourself one question before explaining anything. If I were hearing this for the very first time, what would confuse me? That question forces you to slow down and rebuild the missing steps your brain naturally skips. Another helpful habit is paying attention to questions instead of assuming they reveal weakness. When someone asks for clarification, it often means your explanation needs improvement, not that the other person lacks ability. The best communicators welcome questions because they reveal where understanding has not yet reached. This does not mean hiding your expertise or pretending to know less than you do. Knowledge is valuable. Experience matters. The mistake is assuming that your current understanding automatically belongs to everyone else. True expertise includes the ability to make difficult ideas feel simple without making people feel small. The curse of knowledge survives because once your brain learns something, it cannot easily return to the perspective of a beginner. It quietly convinces you that what feels obvious to you must feel obvious to everyone else. But every expert was once confused. Every skilled person once struggled. Every confident teacher was once a student asking basic questions. The people who communicate most effectively never forget that truth. They remember the uncertainty, the mistakes, and the slow process of learning. Instead of speaking only from what they know today, they speak to the person they once were. That is why their ideas connect so deeply. Real wisdom is not measured by how much knowledge you possess. It is measured by how well you can guide someone else across the gap between not knowing and finally understanding.